Everyone, welcome to the Bradenton CRA meeting. It is 2:05. Mrs. Barnaby is on the phone, so please speak into the microphone so she can hear what we're saying in this meeting. Meeting is called to order. Welcome. Citizens' comments not on the agenda. I believe two of these are on the agenda. Is this vacant lot? Keenan Wooten.
All right. Good afternoon here. Keenan Wooten, 1915th 11th Avenue East, Bradenton, Florida. Just coming before you, keeping our vision over there in Washington Park area in Ward 5, keeping our vision alive, what we want to do. We have 636 10th Avenue, still a vacant lot, and it's attached to the lot the actual lot that we actually own, the bigger lot there, and we still want to develop that whole lot, that whole corner there. I know council really hasn't made a decision on this and these vacant lots. I've sent emails right there. I sent emails kind of highlighting that lot. We're probably going to move forward with a proposal, because sometimes being visual, having a visual that you can see, and that might be more beneficial to just kind of seeing this thing out. Like I said, we like other organizations that come into our neighborhood. They rehab properties, buy lots, all kinds of things, wonderful things. But we're from there, and we've heard everything, the legal thing, got to post it and all that. But we're gonna make an effort with working with you all in that neighborhood to at least have people that are from there and have a general interest in that community, have a stab at it. But we know there's some legal things that go with it, but we want to keep this project alive. So we will be at least proposing something. We're working with an architect now of the piece of lot that we own, and maybe we can have some plans or draw up something with that 636 lot along attached to what we're trying to do. So we just want to keep that in the air. It's a lot going on. We also talk with the community at Lincoln Village. We talked to the manager there. We're going to meet with her because the parking is still kind of bad over there. But we did have a good meeting, and we want to work together with the tenants. We didn't come mad or upset, but we have a working relationship with the manager in that office. The parking's not that bad. They're not parking on our lots, but there's some things, and I think we can work together just in the community before we have to go big with it, because while the guys, they sit under the tree and they sit all day. They are watchdogs, though. They do kind of watch over the community. So we're going to work with the management at Lincoln Village and, see if we can just work together on some things and make sure it's a loving environment over there in that community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, that's the only card I had from citizens' comment not on the agenda. Moving down to the consent agenda. with the minutes from the April 13th CRA meeting, Resolution 2205, amending Resolution 2204 to correct terms, Laura McKeithen Public Art, and Resolution 2205, budget adjustment for funds 1 through 2, 131, 32, 33, and 34.
I'll make a motion to approve the, do we have a quorum?
Yeah, Mary Ann's here.
Okay.
If you include me, you
Oh,
do.
yeah. Sorry. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, that is a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right. Four, with Mr. Sanders out of the room. A presentation, who did you want to?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask you, we have some people from out of town that are currently in the audience for some items that are later in the agenda. I just didn't know if the board would like to hear from them so they can start traveling back, or if you'd like to move with the agenda as it is.
Let's move items up.
Okay. I recommend moving item 7A, the land use restriction agreement with HTG Riverview 6. This was an agenda item that was heard earlier today during the city council meeting. And HTG, which is the Housing Trust Group, has already been approved for Allura, but they have come forward with a proposed amendment, which was voted by the city council. In brief, they do have a presentation. I don't know if you all want to see it again or not, but in brief, for the audience that wasn't here in the morning, this is an 80-unit affordable housing project in the Bradenton CRA in our downtown area. And it's a 5-story concrete building. And it will be commercial on the first floor, and the rest of it will be residential. Because of the increased costs of construction and the development costs that have been going through the roof the last couple of years, this project is not going to be feasible without assistance from both the state government and local governments. So because our community does need affordable housing options, they're here. The request from the city is $460,000 of a low-interest loan and waiver of the impact fees. And from the CRA perspective, they're asking for approximately $1 million in incentives in order to make the numbers work. Delia Tabor is here. They're VP of Development, and to answer any questions you may have.
So we'll come on up just in case there's any questions. This is the same board that heard your presentation the last time, and if there's anyone in the audience that want to see it, this is all videotaped. But I'm going to try to keep this meeting going. We have a lot on our agenda, and we just got done with a long meeting. So is there anyone that has any questions, or are we all comfortable to vote on this again?
Yes.
It's the exact same vote that we did the last time?
Sure.
So, and that motion would be what?
To approve.
Make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
I stepped out and I lost my place.
All right,
What item is it? 6? 7.
It's 7A.
7A.
7A. I make a motion to approve 7A land use restriction agreement with HTG Riverview 6 LTD.
I need a second.
If I may add, the rest of it is authorize the CRA chair and CRA executive director to execute the LURA and all such documents necessary to carry out its terms.
Yeah, right. And that was what we'd already done, right?
Correct.
So you're just adding on to, you're increasing the basic, you're increasing it from 500,000 to 1 million.
Correct. And in the city council, you authorize the mayor to make the same language as the city council, but here you're authorizing the CRA chair and myself to be able to do that.
Same, okay.
Okay, I have a
I'll
mo-
amend it if you want to add all that to it. Amend my motion.
That's an amended motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe ground is gonna be, we're gonna start the project, Dilly, I think you said around October time frame, something like that, so we look forward to that.
Excellent, very good.
And also, if we may bring forward item 6B, to discuss the 14th Street West CRA owned properties.
And, and I have two speakers for this one.
Which one are we at?
6B, 14th Street, CRA-owned properties.
Okay.
So from our previous discussions, the top two lots are the ones that the CRA owns on 14th Street West. They're approximately 1.6 acres. On the north side was the substation, which now is vacant, and we will be working towards demolishing it in the near future. And in the middle lot there, what used to be our daily bread that the CRA purchased to make a bigger redevelopment piece. And we had an opportunity to purchase the third piece on the bottom in the magenta pink color, approximately 0.4 acres. And you all approved for us to move forward to negotiate. So we did the environmental study. Everything came back good. We have the survey, and now the closing is scheduled for August 31st at the latest. So we will be purchasing this piece of land for $255,000. Together, these three pieces of this site will be approximately 2 acres. So the reason I'm bringing this forward is during one memo that Mr. Perry, the city administrator, sent to you earlier this week, and discussions that the city has about City Hall, this has been identified as one of the properties as a potential site for City Hall. So I know you're all trying to move things along concurrently. So I'm just here to see if you're interested in us proceeding with doing any studies to find out if this site is truly suitable for City Hall or not. Will there be any economic impacts or not? I went to purchasing to find out if we were to proceed that route. We needed 3 quotes. I have 2 quotes from two businesses that are here today. If you were interested again to do this type of analysis, Business Flair is here, was one of the firms that did the bid and the bidding, and then REC, the Regional Economic Consulting Group that you heard from them today, that analyzed the City Hall site. They did the economic impact study from them. The third firm declined to bid because they didn't have resources in order. They had other projects and other priorities to bid. So I'm just here to find out if this is even something that you all would entertain, and if yes, I'll present this quote, this scope of work again, if you're interested for us to proceed.
I have a question. Can we even do this, because we're not supposed to use CRA funds for city buildings and assets and employees? Aren't we crossing the line here by even offering it? I mean, we're supposed to be here to remove slum and blight, not purchase ground to put our city buildings on.
I'll have our CRA attorney, correct me or add to what I'm going to say, but we wouldn't be building. That's not my
But it looks
intent.
like we made the purchases for that intent. Are we crossing the line? I don't know. I'm saying we're getting awful close for not.
This is an option if this board decides to make it even an option. At this point, there's no plans. If you all don't want to do it, we can. Anyways, we are going to need to go out and get proposals by state statute. We have to advertise the property
Advertise it to everybody.
to everybody, and you might get other proposals, and you may even like those proposals even better. The question is, do you even want to consider this site for City Hall, and that's the discussion. I just wanted you to give me guidance
As long
on.
as we don't get in trouble for, you know.
There's already people from other option, we've had the museum potentially be interested in it, we've had a developer, so you will get different bids when this goes out, for sure.
Yeah, I just, I kind of would need to be convinced that we aren't maybe a little ahead of the game here. I mean, there's just so many other things, and who knows? So I'd almost rather wait. I mean, I want to do all that, but I just think at this point, we don't have enough meat on the bones to know what we're going to do with it. I think it's completely appropriate for us to purchase the land because it'll make a great assemblage for something in the future. I mean, that's, why we have the Met. I mean, all of that property was kind of anticipated as a placeholder for something special later. Now, if special is City Hall, then that's it, but that's not the purpose for doing it.
Okay, so, going back, I remember I was on council when, the, Old Bogey's Restaurant was purchased from, a homeless agency to basically allow them to have the financing to go over to the One Stop Center. And then, that left our Daily Bread there, which we were having some problems with. And then our Daily Bread was purchased from, same thing, so that they could go over into the homeless center. So that's how these properties have been, and they've been sitting there for a decade easily. And then the third property, we looked at, Katerina, I think early on when you came in, we were looking at acquisitions, possible acquisitions in that area. We looked at several of them, and that was one of them. This before City Hall before anyone was even talking about City Hall. That was an acquisition that was
Yeah.
being looked at. So that's moving up. So the question is that no matter what, wouldn't we have people here that are experienced in doing this, we don't want to have a study done of anything? I mean, we've got a potential use, and we don't know what else is out there. It's got to be put out to bid. So why wouldn't we continue to move forward on what we could and should do with that property?
I just would think if we waited and we were going to do the study, it'd be nice to have a little bit more of a picture of what we were studying for. Because let's say we, do a study for City Hall and then we end up, City Hall goes somewhere else. You're not like you're going to plug and play a City Hall. Maybe somebody would want to do a hotel, or maybe they'd want to do, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just would rather wait until we have
we've
a
been
little
waiting.
bit clearer picture.
Okay, but we've been waiting, for a decade. Those properties, I'm trying to think of when, that was my first term, so it's been longer than that. That was my first term that those were acquired. So it's been a long time.
Oh, I remember.
I have a
Goodwill.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. I know we've been holding on to some of these properties for a while. However, having the tool in our toolbox that we're now using to understand what could happen at our waterfront with the City Hall site, to me, it would be just as valuable to have that kind of tool to be able to use in our CRA. That's my only thought.
I agree. I think we're saying the same thing.
I think you are too. And I said I just needed to reconvene. I'm not, okay.
The question I had
Yes,
was,
sir.
We've contracted with Foley Bryant to, propose a new city hall for the size and the need for the space study?
The city has, not the CRA, the city has. Yeah.
I know that, but can't they tell us if what they're designing would fit there?
Well, from what I understand, they're creating a portable, is that the term, Rob? A portable, so basically, they're gonna design a base shell city hall that can go anywhere. Anywhere. Not for that site. It's just but it's only, and it's not the city hall, it's basically a base unit of how much base you would need, this is what it would take, and then it would go to fit whatever site, that would be another portion of it. Rob, am I incorrect with that? Did you hear what I said?
I didn't fully hear it, Counselor.
Okay, the agreement we have with Foley Bryant for City Hall, that's just a basic, we'll need this much space, it's
That was
portable.
when I was through up here, but that's beside the point. The agreement with Foley Bryant was actually just for the space study, as far as how much square footage we would need programmatically, and generally some other specifics surrounding that.
And possibly how much land you need.
Yes, sir. And it addressed basically both the police side and the administrative city hall side. Right now, out in the street is an architecture and engineering, basically, RFP to obtain AE&D, architecture, engineering, design work for a portable city hall facility that would accommodate approximately 30,000 square feet. Realizing that it would be separated from the police department's other needs for approximately 30,000 square feet. That has not been awarded as of yet. However, I think it might be coming up fairly quick on response deadlines. It's on the street, I think.
Okay.
And so what's at issue now, though, is basically another highest and best use kind of economic study to see what they think is the highest and best use for that land. Am I right?
Well, the responses we got, because City Hall is government, so it's not the traditional highest and best. The question is bringing services of a city hall, of public buildings in a CRA, what could that economic impact be? So the two responses I got, the first one was from Business Flair to do a data and site analysis, economic impact statement with supporting analysis and data and forecasts. The timeline is 4 weeks once it's been awarded, and the fee for that is $18,000. And then REC, they're using the tool that you saw this morning would be part of that. The deadline is 7 weeks to complete. The total cost is $22,350. And again, they want to determine the economic impact and opportunity cost of a potential move of City Hall to this site. Both companies offered to give examples of what other cities have experienced when such moves have happened into a CRA, into a more into a similar location like this one. So again, it's up to you, but they're quite, similar from their scope of work. A little bit of differences. One has a tool that the city is using, so they have some experience with some of the assumptions that they've used with the city. Some of them will be the same with us. The other company has, I believe, more experience potentially with CRAs and slum and blighted areas. So it is up to you for guidance.
Okay. And so everyone understands, so, and where I'm coming from on this is, these properties had been vacant the entire time I've been on council. No actions have been happening. When we, with the new CRA board, there's a push to go ahead and to get redevelopment going. I can tell you that, so we did the MAT, and you all recall that we have an agreement with the MAT, and it turned out that we had to offer more incentives because of the economic conditions and all that, and they're moving along nicely. What I have always run into, and why, one of the reasons we see very little change on 14th Street, and I was, I think his name was Tim Morgan from what's the elderly home down there?
Grand Palms?
Grand Palms. So when Grand Palms came in, we were hoping that was going to bring a lot of new spark in the area. because it's a senior citizens, it really is a very nice-looking building in an area that has not seen any kind of development. I've talked to several businesses that were going to relocate to the area. They were all the same thing. It's perception. There is perception that 14th Street has not changed. There's perception that it's not safe. There's perception that it's, still has the same issues that it had before, even though it's better. So that perception needs to be changed somehow. And Grand Palm, or the housing will bring people in there, but it's not going to bring businesses. My thought for moving forward on the option of City Hall, because I'm also hearing that we can't, I know that there's a big interest in moving this building. We can't go anywhere until we go somewhere. And we can't even get the ball going until we know where we might be going. So here's an opportunity to put a known entity, us, on a site that may just be the silver bullet, the magic elixir that's going to help. Because how are you going to say it's not safe down there when, indeed, we just put City Hall down there? We know one thing, elected officials are going to be in and out of there. We know that. That's going to change. That'll be new. PD will be in and out of there, So, I mean, why wouldn't we look at this? Why would we not look at this?
Well, all I'm
Elimination.
saying is I'm not opposed to City Hall going to that site. I'm just not convinced that's the best place for us. That's all.
Okay, and that's.
I'm
your
only
opinion.
one. Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to start spending money on a study for City Hall to be there, because we may get some proposal in on the 15th that is like, wow, why didn't we think of that to put City Hall somewhere else? And then, that's all. I'm okay. I'm not.
Okay, so we have, basically, we have two expert agencies here that we're doing business with, that either one of them would be able to give us, it sounds like they have two different even scopes of work, kind of. So how would we?
And they're here, and I didn't. It just truly by coincidence happened that they're here, because the first group presented in the morning, and then Business Flair is going to present later for Minnie Lee Rogers. So since we both have them here right now, if you want to hear a little bit from them, they're available.
Okay, why don't we, is that, y'all want to hear a brief?
Sure, good with me.
Okay, so, why don't we go, REC, why don't we just do, real quick, what your thoughts are on this, why we might want to go with you, and then, because I think we'll have to keep, this is the first time, I don't think we can vote on this today because it's brand new, but we certainly want to hear.
That's okay. Again, I want to reintroduce ourselves. We are with the Regional Economics Consulting Group, based in Tampa and in Tallahassee. And I'm Dr. Clyde Diao, and my partner here is Jared Parker. And so we got a request from Katrina, and we came up with this idea of saying, okay, let's look at again the economic impact of building a city hall. So we're going to be looking at construction cost per square foot, just like what we did this morning, and maybe the square footage times total construction cost would be the total, because we have to have that thing in order to look at then the economic impact as well as the tax revenue impacts of building a city hall. So also we're going to be comparing this with other options. Okay, what if we build, like, say, compare it to retail, compare it to multifamily residential, to look at the opportunity cost of building a city hall in that area. So those are the kind of things that we're going to be looking at, and then we use these numbers then to estimate or forecast basically the jobs that's created as a result of this construction expenditures within that area. Okay, and the labor income, it added effects on the gross domestic product. We will also estimate the economic output as well as the tax impacts, for local option sales tax as well as rental lease payments. Then again, we compare that with the opportunity cost of building retail and also multifamily homes, but then again, when you talk about dynamic impacts, you're talking about the ripple effects of that particular expenditures in that area. Then we're going to look at the catalyst development. What does this really mean to a community, building a city hall in that area? And I'll tell you this, from Tallahassee, based on my experience, they moved the administrative aspect or functions of the City Hall of Tallahassee to another area. It was a blighted area, Frenchtown. They put everything there except the office of the mayor. And that has grown a whole lot. It has improved over the years. And I was telling Jared about this. He said, really look at that place. That place, when I was a student, nobody would even dare to go there. But now, it's a beautiful place. They moved everything there. But one important thing that they did was to provide infrastructure. Infrastructure in order to attract more businesses in that area. Another thing is we're going to be looking at brownfields, which has been in a program that's been going on for a long time. I was involved in it when I was the chief economist for DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, and looking at the how a development like that would in fact attract businesses. So, but there's a lot of history on this thing, so we can come up with multipliers to see how this thing would in fact attract more businesses in that area. Another thing is that there's also a place in Tallahassee which is very close to where I worked before. It's the Gain Street. Classic example. I used to live there. It was a blighted place. You can only see like auto repair shops, warehouses, very dilapidated buildings. What the city did, because that was a CRA area, was to invest in that area. And now it's such a beautiful place. Everybody goes there. It has attracted a lot of businesses, restaurants all over the place, apartments, offices, but that's what the CRA did. So that's why I'm very excited about this project, because we have some experience on this. And
Yeah, and I'll just quickly add, especially speaking towards the tool that we spoke of or created earlier for the project, that's something we would use for the opportunity cost side to really get an idea. I mean, we have for here 2 examples, retail and multifamily, but we can expand that the whole gamut and look at it, anything from hotels to non-retail commercial property, just to kind of get an idea is that, hey, City Hall sits right here, what could be here?
yeah,
You
what
know,
could be?
and it'll be in 2 separate phases. One phase is going to look purely at a City Hall impact. The second phase is going to say, hey, City Hall versus retail, City Hall versus non-retail, so on and so forth. So I think that pretty much concludes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the fact that if you have something like this, you invest in a place and you invest in this infrastructure, it's going to create a lot of, it will attract a lot of businesses based on what I've seen and experienced.
Thank you for that input. I agree with you. Thank you for that insight. Very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Business Flair, why don't we give you kind of the same time, and then I've got a recommended action.
Sure. Excuse me. Thank you. My name is Kevin Crowder. I'm the owner of Business Flair. We're a strategic economic design firm based in Miami. We work around throughout the state of Florida and about 4 other states. A lot of experience working in CRAs, for CRAs, both as consultants to CRAs, as staff to CRAs, the Miami Beach Redevelopment Agency being the main one that Minio and our team were with. We also do work for developers and investors that negotiate and do work in CRAs. The way we look at this is and what we scoped for you is to look at the economic impact and the spin-off impact of building a city hall on these parcels. We did not include a site plan analysis to look at other options. It is things that we've done. In fact, we did that in about a 9-acre redevelopment of downtown North Miami, looking at not just City Hall and where within those 9 acres should City Hall go. What are the other things that should go in there? What are the public elements that need to go off-site somewhere else, such as the police station that we were working on there? So in this case, we did just scope just the City Hall and what that economic and fiscal impact would be. So it wouldn't be going through the standard input, output, looking at indirect, and induced spending, looking at the direct and indirect fiscal and tax generation. Obviously, when you build a City Hall there, you're going to take the property off the tax rolls in terms of your direct ad valorem, but you're going to spur this additional redevelopment that's going to happen around it that is going to help you recoup not just that TIF, but also additional increment. One thing we will be looking at as we get into especially some of the non-quantifiable things, as we start thinking about kind of the discussion that you had a while ago about 14th Street and making sure that moving City Hall there will make people know that it's safe. This is a conversation we had. We actually have a podcast episode, a new one coming out at the end of the week, where we spent the whole episode talking about this and how people become comfortable coming into places, and not just when they're going to visit, but when they're going to invest, when they're going to open a business, when they're going to do a development. And you'll hear me talk a little bit about this later when we talk about the Minnie L. Rogers site. And so we start looking at that based on the experience that we have working on, not just on city halls, and we've done that sort of economic impact and the planning around it, the site planning as well in Groveland. We're helping Homestead now that the new city hall is built. We're advising them on the negotiation with the related group on the old city hall site. So we do that work on that side too. And then the same sort of thing that we look on spin-offs on redevelopment of resort properties and what does that mean to the hotel industry or whatever industries we're looking at. We're going to be looking at that. We've got one where we're doing industrial impacts along with the city hall. So we spend as much time looking at the things that aren't numbers as we look at the things that are numbers, because our experience in CRAs throughout the state is really, it's as much or more about the things that you can't measure. And it's about that, it's that gut check. If you watch Warren Buffett talk about why invest in railroads, he's not going to economic impact or numbers. He's talking about the feelings and kind of what the additional value that's created that's beyond measure. And so those are some of the things we start looking at on all types of CRA projects, as you'll hear a little later as well. And so that combines with the traditional, data look and analysis that we come into all the projects with.
Excellent. Thank you, and we'll be hearing from you later. So, having asked Katerina what a possible move might be, would be to instruct her to meet with these two and just negotiate on behalf of this board, and to see who might suit us best.
They convinced me. I'm in favor of doing it, so.
Okay.
Whatever you need to do. Do we need a motion?
Yes, it would be premature for us, I think, to decide which one of them. I think either one would be great. So why don't we just, a motion for.
A motion for.
To instruct her to negotiate on our behalf.
If there's two options, either you give me one of the two firms from today, or if you want me to negotiate scope of work again, bring you a package on August 10th, we can do that too. So it's.
Latter,
Pardon?
latter, what you said.
To negotiate, to
Bring
bring
it
you
back.
back a detailed scope of work from
I
each.
might feel more comfortable
yeah.
with that.
Okay.
Did you put this out for bid prior? You said
We went with three companies and so that's the minimum requirement that we have in order to try to expedite things. If that's what.
did not advertise it?
No, it was not advertised. We went out.
Did they have to advertise it?
It depends on the amount, and I don't know what we're anticipating is the potential scope of.
22, 3, 6, and 18K.
I checked with our purchasing manager,
A limit.
and this would be legal as long as we get three quotes, and just me reaching out to the third company because they declined, that's still considered the third going out. So
I get it.
yeah, so and it is under the 25,000 too. So
And they're under the.
correct.
Okay, so I make a motion that we authorize the CRA director to meet with the,
Negotiate further.
to negotiate further and bring us back something for the August 10th?
Second.
meet. Oh,
It's motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Okay, I think I had someone come in that's citizens' comment. Should I go back to that?
Sure.
Okay, it is Carl Lewis, 406 20th Street West. Okay, yes. This is not an agenda item, right?
It is not.
Okay, come on up.
Okay, I'll be quick. Good evening.
Hi.
I just wanted to, I know that the CRA had recently purchased a lot in the Village of the Arts. I think it's at the end of 12th and 13th. My partner and I own the lot that is at 12th and 11th. We purchased it from Herbie Rose's wife after he had passed away. And he's kind of, the centerpiece of the Village of the Arts. So I just want to leave this document. I'll leave it with her on my way out. Don Lewis is here. He's my real estate agent. And if anybody from the CRA would like to contact him about the possibility of purchasing that lot. And I just wrote down real quick, used for green space, outdoor events, a welcome center for the Village of the Arts, parking garage, ground level off-street parking, or affordable housing. I had purchased it with the idea of possibly building my dental office there, but it's just really not a good fit for a dental office. So this is what this is, and if anybody is interested,
Thank you.
contact Don. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Presentations, number 4, Habitat for Humanity. Bernie Quinn, Mr. President.
All right, I have a PowerPoint here. Let's see if we can get this started for you. All right, well, thank you. It's an honor to be able to speak to all of you today. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you, Katerina, who helped set this up. And I've been working and talking with Katerina about ways that Habitat for Humanity may be able to, work together with the CRA and to meet some of the needs of our community. So just for a couple minutes, I'd like to talk to you about that. Habitat for Humanity's mission is seeking to put God's love into action. We bring people together to build homes, communities, and hope. That's what our mission statement is. And our vision is that everyone will have a decent place to live. We have a good, rich history here in Manatee County since 1994. We've sold 145 homes here in the county. We have a very high success rate. Our homeowners, 96% of them are currently paying on their homes right now or have paid their mortgage off in full. We've had 62 families of those that have completely paid for their home and paid off their properties. Our homes are award-winning homes. They are built with solid concrete poured walls. They have metal roofs. They come with the attics come with spray foam insulation. They are super energy efficient. They are built green with green construction. And really importantly for lower income residents, they are very low cost in maintenance and in their energy use because of the way that these homes are built. This is a picture of one of our floor plans of a community that we have coming up. We'll be breaking ground in November. It's a 16-home community in Samoset, but it shows you one of our floor plans. This is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, and we also build 2-bedroom, 2 baths, 1-bedroom, 1 bath. We can even do 4-bedroom, 2-bath houses as our typical houses that we build. One of the misconceptions of Habitat for Humanity is that we give away homes to people for free. That's actually not true. These homes are purchased by the homeowners. These homeowners are carefully selected through a process that we have, and they have to meet 3 very important criteria. First is they have to demonstrate a need. Their income has to be between 50 and 80% of the area's median income. They must be unable also to qualify for a traditional mortgage at a bank, which means this may be the only path that they have to truly own a home themselves. And then they also must live in unsustainable housing. So we try to identify families that they are not in a great housing situation right now and or it is not going to be sustainable in the future. Secondly, they must have the ability to repay a mortgage. They've got to show that they've had 2 years of steady income. So they have to have income and a job. They must be able to qualify for a Habitat mortgage, and their payments can be no more than 30% of the income that they make. And the mortgages they receive from Habitat are 30-year, typically 30-year, 0% interest mortgages. So on one of our recent homes that we just are closed on or closing on in the next couple weeks here, that homeowner for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, brand new house, their payments, principal, interest, taxes, insurance, everything all together is in the $800 to $850 a month range. So it keeps these houses very affordable. The third requirement that the homeowners have is they must be willing to partner with Habitat for Humanity. This means that they have to put work into their own house. They work 300 hours of something that we call sweat equity. So they work, they paint, we help them put doors in, they do all kinds of work that they're able to do alongside of volunteers and paid labor to work on their own home. They also participate in financial counseling with our staff. We partner with them, our family services workers work with them from start until actually forever, until even after their houses are paid, they still look to us as a resource. And they must be able to contribute $2,000 towards closing costs. So one of the important things, just as a recap for you, is that what we do is we provide affordable home ownership. The homes are purchased at the appraised value when the homes are completed. So when these homes are built in the neighborhoods, we have an appraiser, independent appraiser license come in, appraise the house, and that's what the homeowners buy the house at that value. That helps maintain the value of the homes around it, and it gives them a fair price for the house. These are hardworking families. They pay property taxes. This increases the value and appearance of the neighborhoods that these homes are built in. And again, their mortgage payment, everything included, is in that $800 to $850 a month range for their payments towards a home that they own. And quite frankly, many of these homeowners, when they're starting out, begin with around 17 to 18% equity in their home from the first day that they move into their house. So what I'm proposing is to have some sort of a partnership with the CRA and with the city to help us to build more of these homes. These houses are costing us about $175,000 to build. That's for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, and that cost is without the land. And what I've proposed to Katerina and for you to think about would be, what if we were to do a partnership together with you and to split the cost of that $175,000 per house? So that would mean that you would contribute $87,500 to each of the houses that we would build, and we would raise the other amount. We're a nonprofit, so we raise money, raise support, look for donations, and help from the community. We would raise the other half of that. In 3 homes, or for 1 year, that would be $262,500 for 3 homes. And we, of course, a big part of this would be we would need your help to acquire or otherwise achieve land to build these houses on at low or no cost to keep these housing expenses as low as possible. So I want you to imagine, as part of the plan to revitalize a neighborhood, what that neighborhood would look like, what these empty lots, these rundown areas would look like if you were to be able to say, just at this rate of build, even just a modest 3 homes a year, how 15 brand new homes in one of these communities would start to change the dynamic of the community around it. Or if you would, to think about how much that would be if we were to scale that up to, say, 5 homes a year or 10 homes a year. How would that dramatically change the neighborhoods if these homes, as a sample of one of our houses, an actual house we built, were scattered or clustered together all throughout these neighborhoods? I believe they would dramatically change the environment and the nature of these neighborhoods over time. And so I would ask you to consider this type of a partnership with us, and perhaps building on it, even greater in the future. And this is, another picture of one of our homes. So,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Any questions, anyone?
I think this is awesome, because I think that American dream of owning a home is getting harder and harder with first-time home buyers especially, and
Yes.
and just I think new construction, I mean, I love old homes, but with it's just very hard to high cost to maintain. They're not usually to code, so I like the idea of replacing it with some new construction. Who does the loans for this?
So it's through, we have that set up through ourselves. So Habitat for Humanity provides those loans, and we're the ones that service those loans. So we keep those loans, the servicing of them, for the life of the homeowners. Yeah, so and it's a great question, because like if a homeowner gets late on their payments, we're the ones that take the phone call, and we work with them to get current on their mortgage. We do everything we can do to help them to be successful. And another piece that is kind of related to this is that every one of our homes has something in it called a shared appreciation agreement and a first right of refusal in the agreement as well. That means if a homeowner were to just fail and not, which is pretty rare for us, and just default and go away, we're the one, we can buy it back first before anyone else. And we do that. We'll go in, we'll rehab the home, bring it back to new condition, and then put another family that wants this type of home ownership back into that home. So it keeps the home in affordable housing basically forever. And we just recycle those homes. And this is, as a friendly audience, the need. We have 58 families who have been pre-qualified on our waiting list right now, and we have 70 families a month that inquire about how to be part of this program. So, yep.
I'd like to see more of this.
How many are you building now? Are you just in Manatee County, or?
We're in Manatee County, yep. Yep.
Just Manatee County. And
Yep.
how many have you been building a year now?
So right now we're going to close on 7 homes in this next 12 months. And
So 7 homes a year, that's the maximum.
we have a 16 home development that we're breaking ground in November, and so our plan is to scale to 10 to 20 homes a year as quickly as possible. That's what we would like to do. And the restrictions for us to scale up that quickly are land. The cost of land is really skyrocketed. So that's been a piece that we need help with, acquiring land at an affordable cost to make this all work.
So, and today, when was the last time you built a home? Is it that you've obviously seen increases like everything else?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, is that?
Yeah,
We'll talk
the
about
increases
that.
of the costs of the homes, is like every other home. It's a brand new construction, 30 to 40%, some of the increases in costs of the actual home construction. The advantage, I guess, that we have over a traditional home builder is that we use volunteer labor with everything that we possibly can. So it's a very community-focused, event, and we love it. We're depending on that. And we can also get and rely on contractors who will give us a break, do things at a lower cost, to maybe donate their time. So we have, our team works very hard to keep our costs as low as possible so that, we can continue the kind of work that we're doing. Yeah.
So if you're going in now and since the home values have skyrocketed, you say you go in and you make an appraisal, so are you going to be able to continue to do this and keep it at 175 with houses right next door 300?
Yeah, so right now, a home similar to the one that's pictured here,
Duplex?
That one is. So this one here is a single family, and so this one here with the shared wall, they're pretty much exactly the same, except there's another side to it. But the numbers I gave you in the presentation are mostly single family houses that we're talking about. So for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single family home similar to this picture here, Those costs are, I'm forgetting where we were going with that, but, the appraised value, that's right. So we just recently had a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home appraised, for $230,000. So what we do, because of the income requirements of our homeowners, or limitations, if you will, we can help get them down payment assistance from the city or the county as well. And so that lowers their mortgage.
So you're going
as
to
well.
sell it at the appraised value?
They buy it at the appraised value, we help them get down payment assistance.
You have them get down, so since it's
Yeah.
to do all those other requirements.
Yeah, and so that homeowner's mortgage was, I think when it was all said and done, was somewhere around the $170,000 range for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, brand-new house. Yeah. And very good construction, that the house will last a very long time.
Ms. Coachman?
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Speechless almost. I'm on, Miss Barnaby.
I'm sorry. I did not hear you start speaking. I apologize.
You can go next. You, I'm sure, have made yourself familiar with the area, and you see the potential and you see the need. I truly can understand what a number of these homes in a community can do, because home ownership is when you feel invested in the area. And on top of that, if you have more of these type of homes spring up in place of the boarded up, burnt out, abandoned homes or properties, this can only lift up that area, and not to mention just gives children in that area, a sense of, hope in a better way. So it looks very good. How many models do you have?
Well, we have probably 6 or 7 specific models that we typically work with, but we can redesign those models at any time, to fit a lot or to fit the size or family requirement. I wish I had this picture for you. I didn't think about bringing this in, but just a couple days ago, we had a woman come into the office to give us her last check for her mortgage, okay?
Wow.
And her story is this, that she worked very hard to pay off this home, had no way to buy a home for herself. Her sons went to college, graduated from college, and one of them is now working towards his master's degree, and she wants to go back to college now that her house is paid for. And so in real time, our staff sees and hears the long-term impact that this has for families to give them a home that they can afford, that they own. And so it's a pretty moving thing. So
I'm sure you have many of those stories. It's awesome. Thank you.
Mrs. Barnaby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I actually helped with one of the builds that was done in the city of Bradenton. And I learned 2 things. One is I should never be put in charge of caulking anything. It's not something you want to give someone that has a wee bit of OCD going on. And the other thing I learned was what a phenomenal program Habitat for Humanity is. So I am very interested in seeing us figure out how we can partner with them and continue to do their good work while we work on the mission that we are tasked with the CRA. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Has the county committed to anything with you this year, Manatee County?
They've been supportive of us, and but right now we are seeking new partnerships and new opportunities.
Okay,
So
they haven't done anything. Right? Sorry. Have you anywhere else in the country that you know of had a tax abatement program that helps with situations like this, or is that too minuscule? If somebody was, that 10, 20 years tax abatement, is that any assistance, or is that not enough?
You know, I'm not really sure the answer to that question, yeah, on a national.
Certainly wouldn't hurt, would it?
Well, you know, I think it wouldn't hurt, yeah, yeah.
These, at $200,000, a house is gonna be probably homesteaded, probably $3,000 to $4,000 a year, $300 a month.
Mm-hmm.
So out of that $300, out of that $850 is you just, 300 of it
Yeah.
is taxes.
Sure,
And if we had a tax abatement program that homesteaded people, it'd automatically lower it to 500,
okay,
500 a month. And so, I've advocated for that, and it had never got caught any fire. It's probably not gonna catch fire now. But I've advocated for that for homestead people, not somebody that comes in and builds it. It has to be, you have to be homestead.
sure,
To 10, 15 years to entice them to purchase land and build a home for themselves.
yeah, yeah.
And again, probably not gonna get any traction on that, but
We have a homestead exemption.
no. I'm talking about, not homestead exemption. I'm talking about a abatement program that abates the taxes on that home for 10 to 15 years. If you wanna go out and buy a lot, build a home, or refurbish one, we will, waive your taxes. We won't waive them, we'll pay them for 10, 15 years, and that's your incentive to homestead and stay there for 10 or 15 years because you're getting it without ad valorem tax. And this is not, it has to be, you can't go out and be building $1 million houses, but these has to be, affordable housing with, income levels and so forth. And this is done in other cities, it's done all over the country.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does real good, sometimes it does not. I don't know what it would do in this market here. But I would still be in favor, if you're saying I'd still be in favor to do 2 or 3 of these just at that. So you're asking just that we just put that money in, and then so now, what would happen? Is that gonna lower the cost, or are you just gonna take that to build more houses?
Yeah, we're gonna take that to build more houses, that's right, yeah. And the cost, it's all built into our program, so we can continue to provide this, to more and more families. And,
Every time we participate on one, we're actually building another one.
yeah, and those homes are staying in affordable housing essentially, like I said, forever, because we have that built into their deeds, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And really our greatest need is properties to build on. And particularly, we're not really, we don't need waterfront property, because that works against us. We would, quite frankly, probably sell something that's very valuable to turn it around and put it in a neighborhood where the homes are gonna appraise at a lower value to keep those houses affordable. So this seems like a perfect marriage to me, where we have these areas with these properties, some of which, sounds like, have been sitting here for decades, that we could put brand new homes on those, and it seems like that they own. It just seems like a perfect thing, so.
Jane?
Yeah, because he said put money in, but I think, aren't you kind of talking about some of our lots that are just kind of the one-offs and all that? Is that what we're talking about here for that?
It could
This
be
is a
a
presentation.
combination, it could be either or.
Yeah, if you ask me, I would be like,
You have to bid it.
well, if you ask me, it could be a 2-acre lot that we'd put a 30-home division in. So we would be grateful for any opportunity, whether it be these kinds of scattered lots at this point, or larger lots that we could do, 10 homes in one lot perhaps. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Once again, this is a presentation. I have another presentation, but first
Chairman, given that we're doing budget for next year, is there an appetite from the board for me to put a placeholder for Habitat for Humanity and continue the negotiations? Or how do you want me to proceed at this point?
I would be in favor of that.
I'd be in favor of, say, a couple. And do you get money from our CDBG?
We do.
We've always been giving you money, I don't remember how much.
We've been doing critical home repairs,
That's
and
just the repairs only.
and this is different than that, yeah. And we're going to continue to do critical home repairs and enjoy that partnership as well. Yeah, very important work. Mhm.
Okay, so Katerina, I think you had 3 interested.
And I can just put it as a placeholder just to kind of see how it is, and I'll continue working with Mr. Quinn, and we can nail down a proposal for the future. But if you're interested, then I can go that route.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Before we get into Chief's 3-year proposed commitment, I gotta ask, there's a Willeen DeCiris who has vacant lots on 1404 14th and 24 14th. That's not an agenda item, is it?
Those are our properties.
Is that person here? Yes. Are you, is this an agenda item?
Where,
Okay. Which agenda?
What item?
I guess it will be considered as a business.
Is what?
I guess it will be considered as a new business.
Okay, well, that would be citizens' comment. Do you, should I get them out of the way?
It's up to you, but I think they're here, you know.
What?
I would like to, I think let's give them the opportunity to come, yeah.
Okay, why don't you come on up? Because that would be, if it's not on the agenda, you would be under citizens' comment. We've kind of already moved past that, so come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Willeen DeSources. I'm here with my pastor, Pastor Wilner Jean-Pierre, and the treasurer, which is Harry DeSources, and our real estate agent, John Lewis. I hope all is well, and thank you for the opportunity to have us here. I am from the First Haitian Church of Nazarene, that is located at 236 9th Avenue West, which is an old building. It was a Martin Luther King building. Our church brought that building over in 2018. And we are also interested in the vacant lot, the 1404, and then the 1424. So our pastor was driving around. As it is an old building, it's a 2-story, our sanctuary, it's on the 2nd floor, and then we have a 3rd floor overflow. So we have a lot of our members that have become either had stroke or that is elderly and have wheelchairs or walkers, and they are no longer to come up. So we have been searching for a new place to call home for our church. And our pastor saw the empty vacant property, and I also spoke to Katura a couple of times, and she told me at the time there was nothing really was going on the property and that it was going to be demolished. And I said, well, what if I'm interested in, our church is interested in purchasing the building or the properties, the 2 properties. She said to come in, basically, bring it to the board and see how you guys can help us. So we are interested in purchasing this property if, of course, there's nothing, because we've been searching for a new church.
Okay,
And
but you have 2 properties that you said you're looking at.
yeah, it's right next to each other, so it would be like an additional kind of, if we would want to do more parking, if we would want to add like a fellowship hall, something in adjunction to, it's right next door to it, the 1404 and the 1424.
So Chairman, these are the 2 properties that we own, our Daily Bread and the substation. So when I spoke to her on the phone, I mentioned that I would add them on a list, so when we go out to advertise it for a bid, that they would know, so that they can also put in their response. Her concern was about demolishing the substation, because they potentially may want to use that building, and we haven't
We haven't
evaluated.
seen inside of it, but
So I encouraged her to come to talk to you, because the guidance that I have received from the board is to demolish that property. So if there is anything else that you want me to not do that going forward, I thought this was a good time to hear from them.
All right.
I think it's great to get on our radar screen. I think that building, though, if I'm not mistaken, has asbestos. What?
it's uninhabitable upstairs.
It is.
Yeah, it's got an asbestos
And,
problem, yeah.
I know we just had public safety in there, playing in there last week.
okay.
But you're on our radar screen
Yeah.
now, so we can maybe.
Okay, so we're still interested.
Yeah.
Whenever, you guys decide what you're gonna do, forward on or in the future. And that way we will be interested in the property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have her ID. We have your contact.
Yeah, I've got it right
Tora
here.
does.
I have she's already on my list, so when the bid goes out and it's advertised, she's gonna be one of the people that we're gonna let them know if they're still interested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next, Chief, your 3-year budget commitment, CRA Community Policing.
I actually, in between council and this meeting, and good afternoon, everybody, I'm sorry, was out at the D2 substation. And I will tell you, when I was there was 7 bodies, pools of blood and gunshots all over the place because we're participating in active shooter training. And so I found it kind of ironic that we were just out there, and it's we have a big scenario play going on out there, but it's been great training. It's been a great building for that. The reason it's been a great building is that it's in such a state of disrepair.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what we do to
can't
it.
hurt
And
it.
so as much as we'd love to say that it could be reused, it certainly cannot. I would just tell you that it smells really bad. So, yeah.
Cool, thanks.
I'll get that later on. Hi, Board. I appreciate y'all having us for today. This is our plan that we developed based off of some feedback that we've heard from citizens and staff at the city. This is just a proposal. It's no way set in stone. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, but it's just an idea that we've been working on to where the department can help with the CRA and the city increase the livability of all 3 CRA areas. So our proposed plan is going to include staff with the focus on community policing, crime prevention through environmental design, which is called STEPTED for short, additional mounted unit, which has been asked for in the past, and our proposed budget. Currently, all 3 CRAs, they cover about 2.4 square miles of the entire city. We have 3 officers, one in each CRA, and half a supervisor is funded. That leads about 1 officer, forgot what each breakdown was, but they're pretty similar to where it's about a square mile each, give or take. The problem that we have with our current staff is that there's not enough manpower to face the demands that we've heard from the city residents, from the city staff, and just other demands that we've heard from business owners as well. When we break it down by hour, how much each officer works per year, they work on average about 22% of the year. If you want the areas covered at full, you would obviously have to increase the staffing in those areas. A lot of things we've heard is, why aren't your guys there at night? Why aren't your guys there at this location? They can only do certain things, and most of their demands now are during the daytime for community policing. People are there during the daytime. People are there for our meetings. They don't do meetings late at night. The at nighttime things are something totally else. So in short, what's community policing? It's a 3-tiered, 3-component program that is a little different from traditional policing. Traditional policing is just going in, taking care of a problem, and leaving. Community policing is having an officer more involved in the community's problems, which is in line with the CRA's goals and ambitions as well. A lot of things we've heard on when we brought up additional staff in the past is why can't patrol do it? And like I just said, it's not really what a patrol guy is. If you call our front desk or you call the 911 and you ask for help, or if there's some problem, we're going to send somebody from patrol out to you. Their goal is to go to the problem, handle it, and then move on. Whether it's an arrest or report, whatever the case may be, it could be a short-term solution. A CRA officer or community policing officer is going to be aware of that problem and work with all parties involved. Work with all parties involved to try to alleviate that problem. We've been big on community meetings, working with people from all three areas. We've used the CRA method, which is scan, analyze, respond, then assess. So just because we come up with a first solution does not mean that solution always works. We always try to adjust our solutions to fix that problem. And a big part of it too is getting the parties involved in the community, whether it's a business or residents, to help fix their own problems as well. The planning patrol officers, that's not necessarily their goal. Their goal is to get the job done and move along. Sorry, and about that. Our CRA guys have a history of dealing with public works, sanitation, code enforcement, where regular patrol guys don't necessarily do that. It may not be a surprise to you guys. There is a large homeless population in Bradenton. Last count I heard was somewhere in the several hundred homeless. I want to say around 8, but don't quote me on that. There's a lot of different issues affecting why we have a large population of homeless, and it's not a problem that we can fix. It's not a problem that the city can fix. There's a lot of different components in that needs to help alleviate that. Having a homeless outreach and a social worker would help identify a lot of the problems with specific homeless and trying to get them back on their feet. There are currently services available, like Our Daily Bread, the One Stop, whichever ones else, like churches, that they do free lunches, they do meals, they do haircuts or healthcare, whatever it may be. But a lot of the time, the homeless are just there for those services. I'm not saying everyone. Having a dedicated team to work on, hey, we've identified a special homeless person or family. These are the resources that we're going to need to solve that problem, instead of just having them move along down to some other bench, would be a big impact in all the CRAs. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but crime prevention through environmental design, basically what we're looking for with the additional staff is to have them trained on these 4 concepts. SEPTED will look at a business or resident, and it will show and they'll do a survey saying, hey, here's what you can do to increase the visibility of your home or your business. Add lights, cut down the shrubs, take away that tree. These are in no way binding, but it helps with the beautification of the area, as well as helping maybe avoid crime or avoiding spots where the homeless can stay. Crime prevention practitioner is a 3-tier program through the Florida Attorney General. They get certified. They have classes on basic crime prevention. They have classes on residential crime prevention, and then commercial as well. And use those 3 with SEPTED would be a huge benefit to the CRAs and working to beautify Bay areas. A mounted unit. This has been asked for in the past. I may be from Texas, but that does not mean I know everything about horses. So I'm going to try to do as much as I can with this. A mounted unit has been used in the past for crime. It's been used for showing up officer presence. It's been used for educational outreach as well. As you can see in the picture, there's a kid with the cop and he's pegging the horse. I don't know if any of y'all have ever been to the outlet mall during the busy season, but you'll see the sheriff's department up there as well. This is not them. But it just shows where they use these animals and these units in different locations to help show presence. And with downtown, the Riverwalk, it can help our officers get around a lot easier. Also while showing a bit of it. St. Petersburg Police has a mounted unit. This was a news video that was shown just the other day.
Around downtown St. Pete, you'll notice that they stay really calm despite all of the sights and sounds of the city. 10 Tampa Bay photojournalist Daisy Charlotte rode along with St. Pete Police. She shows you how they train these new recruits. It's a story you're only going to see here on 10 Tampa Bay.
Currently, they have 4 horses. One of them, Jacob, is retiring this month. The other 3, 2 of them are new. One of them's Storm and one of them's Hero. And then you have Brooklyn, who's been on the street since 2009. We use one of the horses that's been on the street for a while to move them, the other horses, to teach them confidence that everything's going to be okay. They're always trained. So they have to be able to go anywhere. But we do a lot of different terrain too. They have to be able to, if somebody was running through these bushes, they would have to follow.
We have a whole bunch of group of people that aren't leaving a building alone, or we need to move them off of the building. We can bring the horses in, scrape them right off the wall here, and keep the crowd moving. This is pretty much simulating a huge crowd that we need to get a car out of and get people away from the car as we go around.
We teach him touch. So he's got to touch that dumpster, and he gets a treat just to touch it. Well, then once they touch it, they learn that it's not so big, bad, and scary. They can go upstairs, they can go into buildings, they can go anywhere they need for public service.
Oh my! You can't come in here, but well, actually, horses
They
are
can.
allowed in.
When they ride, the hardest thing to teach the officer is,
can we get a small Diet Coke?
They've got to work with the horse that is seeing everything times 10. They got to be able to reach down, they open the window, out comes hands, and to the horse, they're like, whoa! They're great PR because everybody wants to come out and talk to them, everybody wants to pet them, everybody wants to interact, and they're interacting with police officers.
It's a great deterrent for crime. They can see us and we can see them.
You know, and when they go through the line at McDonald's, if you've ever seen police horses around down...
I'm glad I'm not a horse, because I would not lick that dumpster either. So just going to put that out there. But like I said, this is our 3-year plan. This is no way set in stone, but this is what we want to look forward to accomplish the goals and the missions of the CRA. As Board Member Roth said earlier when he was speaking about the 14th Street CRA and the 14th Street area, I believe he said something along the lines of the perception of it is not safe. We can develop all we want or try to get development, but as he said, there were a couple owners who were wanting to go in there and just change their mind. 14th Street has gotten better since the time I started back in 2003. Still, it does have that reputation of being 14th Street. We have one officer that works the 14th Street CRA, which unfortunately spends a lot of his time around the one stop and around that area. And like I said before, one guy cannot do it. One guy cannot do it all. Each CRA has their own unique each CRA has their own unique problems. So what we do in the 14th Street may not work in Central or in the Bradenton CRA. Having the dedicated officers for those CRAs would help whatever complaints are facing those people and the businesses as well. I think that's it. Okay. St. Cloud. I picked St. Cloud because it's a similar size city. Near Orlando, they have about 55,000 people. They have about 25 square miles. We're about 17 with a similar population. Comparing their CRAs versus our CRAs, they have a total of 5 officers. They have 4, and then 1 supervisor, where we have 3 officers and then half of a supervisor. Their 3 CRAs are also about half the size of ours. They cover about 13% of the city, which is about 1.1 square miles, where ours, like I said at the start, is about 2.4. They also have a dedicated code enforcement officer. We don't have that. They also don't have a homeless problem. Last time I talked to their supervisor there, they had about 20 homeless people, which pales in comparison to ours. So the problems with their CRAs aren't the ones facing ours, but they seem to fund it better, and they seem to address a lot of the problems better, being more proactive and working with the communities and the businesses instead of just trying to deal with the homeless. Events, they have 20 to 25 a year. Counting the public markets, art walks, we're over 50. I didn't go through each public event, but we have way more than they do. And of course, the CRAs, we all share the same goals and visions of trying to fix blighted areas. Just a statute of what it says in there about CRAs. And on that, I don't have anything else to add, but I believe the chief wanted to add something.
Thank you, Lieutenant Waller. And I know he worked quite a while on that, and you all were provided in advance a more thorough packet of what we're looking for. I understand, you know, it's my job when it comes to ask. I try to be judicious about it. Remember that I look at a ratio of about 2.2 officers per 1,000 citizens. I'm always a little shaky on how many citizens we actually have here, because it really depends on what source. At some point, we probably need to just agree on a number and decide that's it. But we're doing pretty good with our numbers when it comes to that. But remember that 2.2 ratio really, for me, affects our response time to calls. It impacts the number of officers who can arrive on a call if it's a high priority. What it doesn't allow for all the time is the things that can make a community better, that can make a community safer, that can make a community more livable, more hospitable, that can do some of the things that oftentimes, because folks are going from call to call, that they can't accomplish. We talked a little bit about 14th Street today. You see within cities all over the place, it's actually a movement here in the state of Florida through the Attorney General's Office of Human Trafficking. We have somebody who tries to address human trafficking, but she does it, you know, between all of her other duties when she has time. There are so many things that we would love to do in downtown, out east on 14th, that we feel if we received some additional personnel, some additional funding that support those personnel, we really think we could make quite a big impact and a bigger difference when it comes to our community policing philosophy. Now, we all consider ourselves community police officers. We go by the aspect that that's what we all do. But the reality of it, as much as we can show care and concern and try to solve the bigger issues, oftentimes we just don't have that ability. We think with some added resources, we can really show you our potential. I know this is a 3-year plan. We can modify this to a 2-year. We can modify it to a 5-year. But I'm not doing my job if I don't come to you and say, I think there's more we can do, and here's some resources that we can do to accomplish that mission. That doesn't mean that next year at budget time, when I get in front of you as city council people, I'm not going to come tell you I need more police officers. This isn't supplanting one or the other. That's not what this is. I consider that an entirely different ask. The only reason I'm not asking for more police officers, because I'm calling these community policing officers, is because it was more important this year that we got new radios at a cost of about $800,000. So I felt that was more important. That's why the ask isn't there. Do I plan on asking next year? Sure. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. So with that, we're both available for questions, comments.
Okay, Jane?
Yeah, I know, I mean, this is awesome. I know there's been significant discussion recently about our ability to fund this. And I know, I think that public safety is so important, and I think it was just, maybe it was just assumed that that was okay in those master plans. I think we should rectify that immediately. Make, you know, make a surgical amendment to our master plans for the Bradenton CRA and for the 14th Street CRA to include public safety and the protection of the assets. We've made such investment into both of these areas, and if we don't protect it, you know, it's a waste of money. So I think we need to have a pretty quick to address that so that we can do this or whatever.
I know, you're looking at me.
Any other questions?
Well, I think KK would like to lead the mounted unit, so she's ready to sign that up.
Oh, wait, yeah, I do have one. And also, Pam, I saw you shaking your head. It's already in the Central CRA's master plan.
No, I
And the
I
14th
remember
Street.
that.
Oh,
as
it's
you
already
said.
in the 14th Street?
It is.
Okay, so
I
the
remember-
Bradenton.
CCRA,
I wasn't shaking my head about that.
Oh, okay. And also, as one that's still struggling with the service animals in a restaurant, please don't bring the horses in the restaurant.
And again, you know,
Okay,
we just wanted to put some stuff out there to show you the potential of what we could do, what we might be able to do. My request for you all is to at least make a determination, you know, is, okay, we'll give you partial funding for the next year. We're going to give you no funding. We're going to look at funding. At least give us just an idea when you all discuss this. Maybe a mounted unit isn't anybody's flavor. We just look at cities like this and we see the huge community impact. And so we just wanted to kind of throw some things out there to get you thinking and talking.
Right, Pam, just a minute. So I was gonna say, so Katerina and I have discussed what can be done. We're trying to figure out what we can do without plans being changed, which is in the works to go ahead and change the plans. But there's things I think we can start on, but we're at budget right now, so you've got a good presentation. And Pam, what did you have?
Oh, well, I think I've commented enough this morning about how I feel about you all in everything, community policing, patrolling, setting my mind at ease when people are passed out under my carport. One question, and this is kind of on a comedic kind of, what do they do about the horses when they have to go? I mean, I didn't see a bag.
Bags in the past. I did not look in detail at that video.
I know the answer to this because that's been the biggest issue over the years. That how the mounted patrol trains now. I actually went out to the facility to see what this was all about because I'm not necessarily a big fan of a big horse walking down the street.
Right.
And the rider actually disembarks and takes care of the mess themselves. That's how they're trained now. That's what they do in St. Pete. That's what they do Pinellas Park, the county. They disembark and they take care of the mess right then, right there. So some of the larger cities, you have little carts running behind them. That's not what we're going to do. And it would be interested for you all to know we actually have probably 3 or 4 people who would love those positions because they have horses of their own. And we also have had a lot of community input that there'd be donations available, trailers available, money for horses.
Mary Ann calling?
I don't know. Mary Ann?
I'm here. I'm sorry. My home phone was trying to ring, and I had unmuted myself so I could speak, and I was concerned about disrupting the meeting, so I wanted to grab the other line and make sure it stopped making noise in my kitchen. I just want to make sure that I understand the first, because I have the information that was brought out to me with the Excel spreadsheet. At the top of that sheet is what we currently have right now. Is that correct?
Not exactly. Our commitment is 35,000 for those officers through the COPS grant. But we have committed for 3 police officers through the COPS grant, 35,000 each, as well as a supervisor to cover for them. So these salaries are their total salaries.
We currently have an officer assigned to each geographic CRA area, and they have a supervisor that we fund 50% of. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay. That's what we were doing, and now we're looking at the reallocation potentially of that. But
okay.
But we're paying for 3 positions.
I'm trying to get an understanding of, currently we have 3 officers. One is assigned to each geographic area. For the year 1, we're talking about a social worker that would work in all of the CRA areas. Is that correct?
Well, and maybe, so there's been some ambiguity with the Bradenton CRA officer. So we started off the year with 1 in each CRA. I know that there's been some concerns about having that position staffed, and so we pulled that officer, and they're switching their time now between 14th Street and the other CRA. And so currently we have the sergeant who spends some time there, but we don't, I know that's kind of gone back and forth, but we don't have anybody assigned to the Bradenton CRA.
That's a problem.
We've tried to, through our patrol function, make up for that deficit. We pay officers overtime to manage some of the things going on downtown and have some officers down there, so they're not without anybody. But that's been kind of a recent thing. So regardless of any of the enhancements that we've presented to you today, I do think it's imperative that we maybe redefine that CRA, to incorporate some more community policing, a dedicated community policing person into that area. I think it's very important, particularly with all the growth that we're seeing.
All right. What my question is that the year 1 estimated additional request is that, and it says a social worker, CRA outreach officer, an additional CRA officer. Is that plus the 3 officers that we're supposed to currently have now, or is that those 3 officers?
That's in addition to the 3 currently already funded by the COPS grant.
So there would be 6 officers.
Correct.
And okay, that's what I wanted to understand. And then in year 2, you're talking about adding, so instead of having just 3, we go 3, 6, 10.
Correct.
Right? Plus the supervisor.
Right.
Here's my, this has always been my philosophy, and correct me if I misspeak, if I'm saying something that's not correct. The officers that we have are supposed to only be in those geographic areas, correct?
That's correct.
And then when we have purchase of vehicles, does that mean that those vehicles cannot be used in any other area, or are they just part of the general car pool group?
We have assigned cars for the officers, but if you're talking about the 4-wheelers, or you're talking about those or something else?
I'm talking about in year 1, it says vehicles and outfit for cars.
Correct. So if we were to add personnel, obviously cars go with that too. Our current 5-year replacement plan doesn't It's based on our current numbers right now of 123. And so additional personnel would require additional everything, cars, uniforms, everything, radios, all that kind of stuff. So we added that with the addition of additional people, if that just made sense.
Well, here's my thought. I don't have a problem with the CRA putting additional people in, but if we're talking about buying cars, I honestly believe that should be a city expense, so that if and when we have that catastrophic event that we have and we need all hands on deck, we can have those cars at our disposal too.
Right, and like we said before, this is just a first proposal. There's going to be a back and forth as to what to include and what not to include. As far as the officers staying in the CRA, that's correct. I don't know if that's the same rule for any vehicles. I don't know if Katarina can.
Well, I would assume if the CRA pays for it, it has to stay in the CRA. I don't have a problem with looking at additional officers. I don't have a problem with the officers in the CRA area getting additional training. I think that would be very helpful. But I think when it comes to things like vehicles and equipment, personally, it's just philosophical, but I think the city should pay for those so that they're in our, and I hate using the word arsenal, they're in our quiver. So that, like I said, if and when we have this catastrophic event and we need all hands off deck, being able to go anywhere, that we have the equipment that is not hamstrung by, well, the CRA paid for it, so it can't go off 14th Street.
And Mrs. Barnaby, perhaps we can ask the CRA attorney to research that. I want to say there was something said that during hurricanes or emergency situations that maybe CRA police officers as well as equipment could be dedicated, and that could be part of the agreement, but we can definitely research that. I would be willing to, I mean, obviously, if there is, an emergency, I wouldn't want to hold somebody just in a...
And there may be something in the emergency declarations that we do during these potentially catastrophic events that can alleviate my concerns, but I would like to get some information for it, please.
I have a question. Currently, if something happens, our community officers can't participate? Not participate, but assist?
It depends on what the scenario is.
Okay.
There's no hard fast rule of if we have an officer involved shooting,
Right.
they're allowed to go to that, but not if someone else is just calling
And not just a
for help.
cat.
There have been scenarios in the past where one of our guys are just a block or or two away. It's outside their CRA, but they go help because they're being called for help.
Yeah, in incidents of a state of emergency, there's a lot of things that as the chief, I can change shifts, I can, do all kinds of stuff. And yeah, I don't know that would be a big concern should we go that route with vehicles, because then it kind of becomes a, just a mere service, in the face of an emergency.
I will ask for your guidance. Again, the same thing with budget time coming for next year. Both the city and the CRA need kind of a little bit of direction of what do we need to start negotiating. So if you can give me some guidance, I know it would be. We've been working great. I mean, I love our community policing officers. They've been very responsive. The question is, I've already told you some of the funding concerns that I have, and how do we bridge that to make sure that we meet the needs of both the city and the CRA?
Well, and that's again why I think we need to address the Bradenton CRA. I mean, if I'm being told we can't fund this in the Bradenton CRA, I mean, we can't do all this and just for those other two CRAs. I mean, that's why I realize we want to do a review and revision of all of our master plans. I think that's prudent. But I think we need to do a little surgical change now to accommodate whatever we're going to do. because like she said, Old Main Street, we have got to, keep that under control. We can't let that get out of control and then expect it to go back in.
So maybe I'm missing something. So it's absolute definitive that the Bradenton CRA, it's not in the
stated
plan?
Well, I think it's ambiguous. That's what I'm picking
Yeah.
up. And I think if we went and it did a surgical change and did public safety, just add public safety. I mean, do we need more than public safety on there? Into our master plan? I mean,
if we were to amend it, I would specifically call it community policing innovations. So, and I'll defer to our attorney on this.
Well, I mean, just some general comments. Our CRA plan is, it is very vague overall. I mean, we're not just talking about the community policing issues, but overall. And obviously it's something we've talked about that should be updated to reflect, with more specificity exactly what the board wants to do and envisions for the community redevelopment. So, if we're going in and making a change, I would agree with Katerina. I think we ought to specifically discuss community policing across the board, yeah.
So, Jane, you're not saying, though, if by chance the Bradenton CRA is, we have to wait on making a decision, you're saying no to the other CRAs?
no, I'm not saying.
I didn't think you were saying that.
But I guess I'm perplexed by why we wouldn't do it.
Okay,
I see what you're saying, by going
Yeah.
across the board.
So, I know I spent time talking about what's possible, what we can do, what we can't do, what we used to do, what we thought we could do. We're moving forward on doing a complete revamp of all the CRAs that, which I was warned against doing that. Now we're doing it because the FRA has changed their, so anyway, what I'm looking at right now is, this is a big list here. This was under presentation. It's 4 o'clock, and there's still 4 more items to go there. And I'm trying to keep y'all, since I've heard from y'all so many times about meetings running long, I'm trying to keep the meeting going. I think we just got a full course here, and I'm not sure.
Workshop?
Well, I think that what, yeah, I mean, or at the next meeting. I mean, we've got a lot on this agenda right here after just having gone through a big meeting. So I don't know what's expected to get done. This is under presentation, which tells me no action, usually. Presentation means you don't act. I'm just trying to keep the meeting going. It's your board.
Don't blame me for holding up the meeting. I am so bored.
I know, that's why I'm looking at you. Are you gonna say anything?
Well, here's what I will say. I don't know that there's been a change in the philosophy of Florida redevelopment, because I was always told that our primary focus is to get rid of slum and blight, which is tear down buildings, buy some land, and put some affordable housing in. Community policing is allowed, but we don't have it in our plans, and I would be very, very cautious as to modifying plans, because I think you open the door for a lot of things that you may not want. Be careful what you ask for, I guess what I'd say. So we just can't surgically do something. We have to.
Palmetto did.
Well, I don't care what Palmetto did.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, why not?
Why not? Because it's not, we're mandated by the state statute. That's why. That statute is in writing, and these legislators are chomping at the bit to cut back on this stuff because they don't feel CRAs are managing their taxpayers' money properly. They're really hard on events.
Okay, well, we're talking about police, we're talking about
both,
community
we're talking about
safety.
both.
I mean, I'm hearing from people that are sitting at lunch and being accosted by people on the street. You know, so I think we need to be working on this. I think it's important. And I think that, I mean, I've voiced my opinion. I mean, I want us to be able to do it and do it right. Public safety is our first foremost. We can do public art, we can do whatever we want, but we gotta have people feel safe downtown.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, you know, in talking about amending the plan, in some of the recent Auditor General reports, they are recommending regular review and amendment and updating of the CRA plans. So,
And you're heading down that road.
Right.
Of a complete revamp of all the CRAs, which is the correct way of doing it. I'm just concerned about, oh, I'll take a little of this and a little of that and throw in a pinch of that. I mean, it just seems like we should do it correctly. I mean, we spent a lot of time getting to this point. The CRAs are doing well. This is, you know, we're doing so well. This was a presentation. I mean, we can workshop this, we can talk about it, we can talk with Katerina. I mean, I know, I do talk with our director about what's possible, what roads to go. We've got another discussion that's gonna come up right now, over these pesky Florida state statutes. I mean, gosh darn it, they're pesky. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we instruct our executive director to get with our schedules and to set up a workshop to specifically talk about community policing, what we can do to continue doing community policing in the Bradenton CRA just as we're doing in the other two. And from that discussion, we will probably give her direction for the budget, as well as I'm sorry, it used to be in business, if you're doing things the same way you did 5 years ago, you were out of step and you were going to be out of business pretty quick. And I'm not talking about core business values. I'm talking about the fact that when our plans were written 27 years ago, most people didn't walk around with a computer in their pocket or a camera in their pocket or the ability to reach out and touch somebody like Ma Bell used to tell us to do. So I think we're going to have to look at improving and updating our plans. But I think that it's enough of a significant item that we need to have a workshop on this.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. All right, next up, all CRAs, contract with Realize Bradenton.
As Chairman Board, as you know, we have been negotiating with Realize Bradenton for this year on a contract. According to a recent opinion from the Auditor General, it changed the way CRAs interact with nonprofits, and a written agreement is required that also has a scope of work and discusses how the activities of the nonprofit fit with the master plans and the mission of the CRAs. We've been meeting with Ms. Isam, she's here in the back, since last July, June or July, we've been meeting together. And our last meeting this past Friday, we came up, we were very close with a budget. We're still a little bit off, but I wanted to bring it forward to the board for guidance, so that way we can not only just finalize this year, but give us some guidance for next year. What you have in front of you is some of the proposed activities for this current year. The ones in green are the ones that we've committed, and so the Blues Fest, we committed that and has been paid. Love This City sponsorship of $1,000 also took place in February and has been paid out. Music in the Park took place in March and April, and we received the receipts about 3 weeks ago or so, and Miss Kaiser and I are going to be reviewing them, so that way we can pay them out. And the rest of them, the next one is for grant and report writing, so asking Realize Bradenton to write grants, apply for grants. As you know, a lot of the grants, even though they might not be in the name of the CRA or the city, but they benefit both entities, and assistance with reports, and also if there's grants that we're interested in partnering or going after, that they would assist with that. Walk Bradenton is the app. It was created through funding from the TDC, I believe, years ago, but we have been supporting this tool, and we are asking them to do a survey of the businesses in the Bradenton CRA, where they're going to use their database and send out survey with questions that we are going to provide, and then they're going to provide us with an Excel file, which is going to further our ability to do the economic development initiatives that we are interested in doing. The next category is to produce a video for the CRA so that we can upload it on our website, and if somebody visits, then they can learn a little bit of who we are, what we do, and some of the accomplishments that we've had over the years. They've also done some reels and Love the Little Things series. So what you see there is the majority is for administrative costs, but also some money in order to produce the video. Same thing with branding and promotion of the urban core. This is an activity through their ongoing activities. They're promoting our downtown, and they've been also doing some marketing for the Village of the Arts. And the next is producing the trifold map and distributing it. So a lot of these are hard costs, and some of it is, again, administrative cost in order to accomplish this task, along with the kiosk, producing the kiosk maps from the map. The next item is to support their volunteer program. And the last one is the public market event sponsorship. So for this last category, as you know, the former farmers market, now public market, has been sponsored, has been a CRA event for over a decade now. So at the beginning of the fiscal year, we had agreed that the CRA was going to pay for the hard costs and then receive the revenues back. Realize Bradenton would like to propose that they take over the event, and that instead of us paying, doing that we sponsor the event in the amount of $10,000, and I would be in support of that. But I would like to ask that if this event, if in the future Realize Bradenton cannot support this event, that the CRA would have the option to take it back, because I would hate to see that being gone in case the Realize Bradenton is not interested in it. So the grand total of what I would propose that we do for this year is $175,816. This would be one of the, and I apologize, the two items in yellow, we're waiting for some hard costs because the prices fluctuate. So Ms. Isham is going to get us updated hard costs for the trifold map with paper distribution. We have a little bit of a gap and I will let Ms. Isham kind of talk about it, of about $15,000. And but I think we're very close, and I'm hoping that today we can come to some agreement and then move forward. So, Ms. Isham, would you like to come?
Thank you. And I did get this spreadsheet about 10 minutes before I came to the meeting. I'm sorry. So the following is offered by Realize Bradenton in regards to this agenda item to give some context and a bigger picture. Realize Bradenton was founded out of the Realize Bradenton master planning process initiated by the Arts and Business Alliance and funded by the Knight Foundation for $250,000. This year-long planning process during 2008 was co-chaired by Susie Walters and Patrick Roth. The final 10-year master plan was endorsed by 11 organizations, including the City of Bradenton. The master plan called for a nonprofit to drive the plan, and out of that, Realize Bradenton was created to focus on 2 of the 3 CRAs, the Downtown CRA and the 14th Street CRA, which includes the Downtown Historic Core, Old Manatee, and Village of the Arts. What emerged was a model to drive redevelopment, economic development, redevelopment, economic development, and quality of life, and to provide Bradenton a competitive market advantage over other cities to attract and retain private investment and residents. For the approach of concurrently using placemaking, place branding, and civic engagement, Realize Bradenton has won 21 awards, most recently the Business Advocacy Award from the Tampa Bay Business Journal. For the past 11 years, our contacts have included 5 different CRA directors: Mike Kennedy, Bill Robinson, Dave Gustafson, Carl Callahan, and Karina Surin. With the first 4 directors, a scope was defined with objectives and a budget for each scope item, and reimbursements paid on the submission of an invoice. Given changes this year, a written agreement is now required. In November 2021, we submitted a proposed draft written agreement. Additionally, submission of individual expenditures is also required for reimbursement of approved initiatives and events. An example is that, as Katarina mentioned, Music in the Park, there were 63 invoices for Music in the Park sponsorship that were submitted June 13th, with a final report requested on July 7th and submitted on July 14th. This revised process meets the 2 criteria of the 2006 State Auditor General Guidelines for funds to be paid to nonprofits. 1, a formal agreement that identifies a clear purpose, and secondly, the CRA should exercise sufficient control over disbursement of funds through a timely review, and we are in agreement with those 2 criteria. Looking back at the CRA annual report, a section is included on Realize Bradenton with citations that track back to the Downtown and 14th Street master plans. Citations to the 14th Street CRA master plan include: need a place with a strong image, create an environment conducive to private investment, make the area viable and vibrant element of the city, help neighbors establish their perceptions and vision for the community, and understand the business needs of local businesses. Here's a graphic from that section that summarizes our approach. Oops, a little too big. We call this the happy face circle. Connect people, promote Bradenton, develop places equals happy face economic growth. Also note that the CRA website indicates marketing. The city, and quote here, the City of Bradenton Community Redevelopment Agency includes planning, preparation, and administration of various capital work projects and the coordination and implementation of marketing. As indicated in the July 18th memo from the Voss Law Firm, the Florida Attorney General stated in 2010 that, quote, I cannot say that the use of community redevelopment funds for the promotion of a redeveloped area would be so limited that the expenditures of funds for the promotion of a redevelopment area would be prohibited. It was also noted, quote, that this is not to say that the subject CRA master plan, the 14th Street, could not be amended to clearly and definitely set forth provisions that would call for such funds, and that's from 2010. Realize Bradenton has operated for 9.5 months since October 1st, maintaining services and events without any written agreement or receipt of funding from the CRA, with the anticipation that a written agreement and funding would be forthcoming. This exception to this is the sponsorship for the Bradenton Blues Festival, which we have received that fund. As an act of good faith since October 1st, we have continued our good work with no scope changes, again, with the anticipation of funding and a written agreement would be forthcoming. Realize Bradenton has served over the years as a cooperative and enthusiastic partner, often fulfilling requests not indicated in our scope document. Additionally, we have secured $3.6 million of grant funding. That's 102 grants with a 78% accept rate to complement and extend impact for the 2 CRA districts that we focus on. For example, funding was secured for the year-long Riverwalk East resident engagement process, the Riverwalk East grand opening, the Magic River Mosaic, which is on the city center garage, with 6 other public art pieces which were part of the funding for Realize Bradenton from the CVB. Pop-ups for a Purpose and other millennial leadership development initiatives to keep young people living and working in the city, as well as the Startup Circle, which is an entrepreneurship program for people of color, women, and millennials, those 3 who have been most affected by COVID. We want to continue in a beneficiary capacity to grow the renaissance of the historic downtown core, Old Manatee, and the Village of the Arts. However, we cannot continue without a resolution of a written agreement and funding, as we only have 2 months left to this fiscal year. Realize Bradenton loves this city, as you all do. So we hope that a resolution is in sight that is mutually beneficial. Our thousands of volunteers, vendors, millennial team members, sponsors, 40 partners, public market businesses, and friends will also be very grateful. We respectfully request funding for this fiscal year of $247,000, which represents the work we have performed since October 1st. This does not include funding for the public market. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'd be happy to answer questions. And as I said, I only saw this a little while before this meeting and have not had a chance to respond to it.
If I may respond to some of the things that I heard. The 249,000 number that Ms. Isham just mentioned is different than the number that we had agreed as of last Friday. And so that is and even in an email that she sent to me of what her request was, it didn't add up to 249. So that's been an issue. The problem of us taking so long and being here is that we meet and then changes keep coming, and then meet again, more changes keep coming. It's been very challenging. And she read some quotes from the legal opinion, but conveniently left out some of the more critical ones that as a CRA board, you have the legal opinion, the 3-page legal opinion, and I'll go ahead and read that because this is a concern that I have brought forward for this fiscal year. According to the legal opinion, there are no specific provisions of the 14th Street CRA Master Plan that provide for payment of any of the 7 requested projects by Realize Bradenton, Inc. At the most, there are some vague general objectives, such as, and she lists the objectives that are vague and not according to what the Auditor General has given as guidance to CRAs. It is my legal opinion that the 14th Street Master Plan, as it now exists, does not contain sufficiently detailed provisions, including but not limited to the above quotations, to support the expenditure of CRA funds to pay a nonprofit to supply the services set forth in the above listing and to prevent an audit problem for the CRA. I have used the numbers that Ms. Isham has actually provided to us, so I thought I was being very generous in trying to meet. I don't know where that 249 is coming from. Again, I calculated based on what her and I discussed, and our gap is 15,000 according to my calculations, approximately 5,000 for Work Bradenton, where she would like that funding from the 14th Street CRA. And she's also requesting 15,000 for their volunteer program. And since June 3rd, I've been asking for a unique number. I've been asking for information that I still have not received as of today, such as a report of what grants they have submitted and received, as well as a unique count of volunteers for the different events, excluding the Blues Fest. So I think you have information before you. We went through kind of this thing. We do need guidance so that we can resolve. I was hoping that today we could come to an agreement and then draft a contract for this fiscal year.
Can I jump in for, so a few things. One, when you started off, you talked about directors. Will Robinson was never a director, he was a board member.
He was an interim.
He was chair board member.
Right, but he was an interim.
No, he was not. He was not.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, he wasn't?
No,
Okay,
he
I
wasn't.
thought
No, he was not.
Okay.
And he
Right.
actually.
I thought he was an
board.
interim, I'm sorry.
So, and then when you mentioned an opinion, 2010, it's actually 2010-40. It was the 40th opinion of 2010. At the end of that, it says, events do not meet, in the Attorney General's opinion, events do not meet the nexus. So he said that early on, but then he said, analyzing it, events do not meet the nexus. That was basically the decision that put all CRAs in the tailspin, because a lot of them had been doing events, and that's when panic hit the streets. So, and then as we went through, the big one is the 2019 Auditor General's. You have a 2006 Auditor General opinion. There's a 2019 Auditor General opinion that this board was not informed of. It wasn't informed by the director at the time, and it wasn't informed by legal. And when I came in and met, the first thing I was chair with Katerina, and we went down and met with our auditors. They couldn't wait to dump that on our lap and say, you guys have been screwing up. Now, we were all brand new, but we weren't told of this. But that pretty much changed everything with nonprofits, which is what you are, and how we fund the nonprofits, which put us into this mess. So, one thing, it's great that you had been able to get funding for so long, to the extent that you were, but it wasn't legal. I mean, it should have been stopped, but we weren't told. The board members weren't told. We were left in the dark. So we're just trying to clean up what this is. Now, I've heard many statements about this. I know that I've been working with with the director on trying to get a contract since June of last year. And it seems to be hopping around all over the place. I want a contract. I've been told I want to abolish realized Braden. That's just a damn lie. Whoever's saying that is a lie. I helped invent it. I don't want to kill it. I just want us to be legal.
Sure.
And I'm just trying to put this board in a position where we're not out there. So how do we get to the point to where we can wrap this up? I've been wanting to wrap this up for some time, but as I've been told, I mean, I keep hearing this number, that number, and it just seems to be moving all over the place. I just wish we can come to an agreement and get a goddamn contract.
Well, as I said, we did submit one November of last year. And so I don't know if it's under legal review or it's being rewritten.
Well, and we just got an opinion from a conflict attorney that helped us out with the 14th Street. So, you know, it's not, no one's trying to do anything but obey the law and keep this going. I mean, I don't know. I've heard accusations about me, which I take offense to. So I'm just trying to help us get to the point to where we can legally keep this thing rolling. I thought, I guess the board.
Well, I was gonna ask, I mean, this Auditor General, the thing she was reading from, is that, I've never seen that, have I? Has that been provided?
I emailed it to you last week. Oh, no, I'm sorry, either Friday or Monday, whenever I received it,
I'd like
yes.
to see it, if you could send it again.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
know, I saw it by email.
Because I'm
Did you all,
only,
did you all get it?
this is the first time I'm kind of hearing about this. And this was an auditor that has reviewed our books? Or this is just a general?
So the state of Florida Auditor General in 2020 came with an opinion about CRAs and nonprofits in general, which gives us guidelines. Up until now, we've never had a contract, and it wasn't illegal back then, but now it is. Now we cannot give any funding without a contract, not just to Realize Bradenton, to any nonprofit. And then,
I might add, so the way it's worked in the past, what we inherited was, we've been paying Realize Bradenton in advance quarterly. But literally no invoice other than it's another quarter, send a check out. Well, I've talked to Rob about that. Would we ever do that with anyone? No, we'd never pay anyone in advance. Would we pay just on a quarterly basis? No, we pay by the job. That's the way we operate. Things go out to bid. You get the bid, you do the work, you get paid. And also, you know, contractors aren't allowed to just say, well, I'm gonna go do something and then send a bill in. It has to be an agreed upon project, which is all these things are in the Auditor General opinion, is that it has to be kind of a contractual obligation.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple things at play here. The 2010 opinion that came out was from the Attorney General, okay? And that related primarily to the issue of CRAs doing promotional activities. And so it's not limited to not-for-profits. It's all types of promotional activities that CRAs do, and CRAs were like, whoa, I mean, we do a lot of this sort of thing. And so, you know, in terms of that Attorney General opinion, I mean, there has been CRAs across the state still do promotional activities. I think, and my understanding of the FRA's position is, if your CRA plan provides for that you know, as long as you are contracting with the people, like you say, contracting with the people who are doing it to ensure that what they're doing is in accordance with your CRA plan, and so that the funding is in accordance with your plan, you know, they're still supportive of that position, and that's what CRAs are doing. The issue of, and by the way, none of the laws have changed. This was an opinion that came out, and then you also have some of the Auditor General opinions that have come out over the years as they've started to kind of tighten down on CRAs, and that's happened, you know, in recent years. But going back to that 2010 opinion, you know, basically what they said was, hey, CRAs should be more focused on the brick and mortar redevelopment issues. You know, the promotional thing, we don't really see the nexus for it. And really, CRAs should be more focused here. But like I said, some CRAs have pushed back and said, we do see a benefit to the promotional things, and so we are going to continue to have it in our plan. We're going to continue to fund it, and they're doing that. But like I said, and the issue of the contract, that all goes back to the requirement that the CRA funds are expended for purposes that are in accordance with the plan. And so if you don't have a contract when you have a vendor, you know, you don't have enough control to show that you're meeting that requirement. And it's really, I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, you know, the CRA's had a relationship with Realize Bradenton. It was a little more loose in the past. But that is something, under what the auditors are looking for now, that's something that needs to be tightened up.
All right. Let me, for the record here, Johnette, if you'll look at my website, before I was a councilman and before I was on this board, I praised Realize Bradenton. You've done a lot of good things and the group is great. That's not the issue here. So my first year in office, and then I went to the CRA schooling, got certified, and so I learned a lot about the rules and what we can and can't do. And Mr. Issel's right. Our primary focus is to remove slum and blight. That means we purchase land that nobody else would probably want. We tear down a hotel like over on 14th, and we put up something good. And now over these years, we've wavered. Sometimes we've gotten rid of slum and blight, and now we want to celebrate and have a party. And that's where the events get real. And here's the problem. This is taxpayer money. So taxpayers are complaining to our state legislators saying, that's not what we approved this for. We're way off base. I want you to do affordable housing. I want you to tear down that dilapidated house. I want you to do all these things, but I don't want you to have a marketing company that just promotes your city to bring more people in. That's not the purpose of that. So, you know, I came to you in the 2019 year after I was at the Florida Redevelopment Conference because it was stated that the Attorney General and legislatures primarily are going to start knocking this stuff out because they're looking for money, and right here's a good place to do it. So I came back and I told you that. And you may have doubted me, but I gave you the new president's phone number over Palmetto. He's not there now. And I don't know if he confirmed it or not, but he was there. And so, you know what slowed it up? COVID. So we didn't have a meeting in 2020, I don't believe. And so in 2021, it was like, we're just happy to be here. Let's don't talk about anything except good stuff. So it's coming back up again because they're looking for an excuse to stop us from spending on things that we weren't originally intended to do. So that's the reason I don't have a problem with you or Realize Bradenton or what you're doing. I don't have a problem with the police department, even though a lot of people think I do. Because I think, you know, I saw $2 million here. Our 3 CRAs bring in approximately $5 million. Am I correct? $5.5 million a year.
Approximately. Yeah.
Approximately. So let's just use that $5 million number. So if we're giving you we was giving you close to 370,000. So if we're giving the police another $1 million, how are we going to do any affordable housing? And that is our original intent. And that's where I'm going to stick to the letter of the law, letter of the T, and I'm going to fight these things. And I'm not fighting the police department, and I'm not fighting you. But here's what I would like to see, and I would advocate for it, and I'd go do something. I think our mayor needs to come downstairs and pine on this. The TDC now has this year $25 million in 1 year. Tourism is just on fire. So they're making 5 times as much as this CRA is bringing in. And their goal is to promote cities and towns to bring people. And the TDC director himself says, I don't have to do nothing because they're coming regardless if I put an ad out or not. So we're looking to do things like water tax. We're looking to do other stuff with that money that will, but it's mandated by state statute. So I know you've probably talked to the TDC, and I don't know why they're not funding this, because you do a great job, and it would continue on. And they got 5 times the money we do. Have you talked to them?
I have not presented to the TDC in the last few years.
Well, I thought they was involved in some things that they wanted some stuff done down like 3rd Avenue or something in front of the players. I mean, we're promoting that area, and we've got, you know, we got the Arts Center. It's $11 million that's coming up. They're coming to us. You know, I love it. I'm friends with those people, but they're not going to like me because it's a nonprofit, and our taxpayer money should not be going back to nonprofits that don't pay any tax. So we're giving our money away to people that don't get taxed, and the homeowner says, I don't like that. And so that's where I'm from, and that's not good on you and your benefit.
Is the TIF coming from homeowners or businesses?
Anybody.
Both?
Anybody, because we're using funds. We're not, again, our primary purpose is to remove slum and blight. And once we start going out beyond that and doing community policing, doing all this stuff, they're all good things, but I think they're off the base.
Well, I mean, and like has been said, is that, you know, it used to be a way it was, and then to be honest, opinions changed, and we're still offering. I mean, this presentation here is still offering $170,000 a year for basically events and marketing, which is, you know, some would say that's not removing a slum and blight. That shouldn't go to anything. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to keep you in the funding loop. I'm actually working with you on trying to figure out how this can still work and not be against Florida State Statute 163.3. It's a law. We have to obey it. So how do we get there? I mean, I don't like, I resent the fact that people have said stuff about me and you know, I'm trying to help you. This is how do we get there? What do we do?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Have they removed economic development from the statute? Is that not part of the whole, I mean, we're eliminating slum and blight, but isn't economic development part of what we do?
No.
Creating I mean, it used to say it.
I'd have to go back and look at the statute, but I do not believe that economic development is part of, I mean, that naturally comes when you're redeveloping an area, but I don't know that that's one of the.
It's not one of the
stated.
tools?
Pam?
Are you guys?
Yeah, I'm not, I'd have to look at it.
Of course, I don't know the statute syllable by syllable, letter by letter. There's an economic piece in it. I know there is. I'll speak on how citizens on the outside feel, and I was one of them. Realize Bradenton does excellent work. Anything you have handed me since I've been in this seat is just, you know, so professional and so detailed, which is why I can't understand why this can't be detailed. But the main purpose of a community redevelopment agency is to reduce slum and blight. And if it looks like CRAs are only doing the things that's making downtown and the Riverwalk look beautiful, which it is awesome when people drive into Bradenton, you know, and see the beauty and the touristy type thing. But citizens outside of the Bradenton CRA and the 14th Street CRA are trying to figure out, okay, you bought this property 20 years ago, nothing's there, it's grown up, houses, you know, we got to be about the business of doing that too. And I hope we can work this out, though, because, my goodness, you're great at what you do.
So what is the status of the written agreement?
Well, we have to agree on what we're funding before we can draft a written agreement, and that's what we've been negotiating. So we need to come up to what are the activities, the scope of work, and how much, so that then I can work with our attorney to draft a written agreement.
The way it was explained to me from the auditor, and once again, I wish you all would have been to that meeting, because they couldn't wait to get rid of this information fast enough. Obviously, they've been sitting on it. Obviously, they've been waiting to tell someone. Obviously, probably the person before this didn't want to hear it. But they basically, it's the relationship with the non-for-profit. It has to be contractual. It has to be item by item. It has to be spelled out. It can't be general. We'll give you $386,000 a year and pay you in advance quarterly. They're like, my God, that is just so not okay. You guys gotta stop that immediately. And they're like, well, when are we gonna get an official notice? And they said, you just got it. That's what they said to us. You just got it.
That was in 2020?
2021. So
last year, okay.
So last year, and the
We've been
minute
working on this
and the
ever
minute we got out of that meeting, we coordinated a meeting with Ms. Isham, the three of us, to let her know what we were informed by our auditor, so that we don't. So and again.
And then we informed the board. We informed you all.
Yeah.
At that time. I wasn't gonna sit on that information. You knew about it as soon as I did.
Yeah, but I knew about it in 2019, brought it back. Jeanette knows that I spoke to you about it. I said, well, number one, we gotta have a contract, because I'm told that's a no-no. We should never, ever done that without a contract. So we submitted one. We just dropped the ball. And I said, be warned, there's gonna be a day that these legislators are gonna zap us and not be able to fund it. So beware. And that's exactly what I said to you in 2019.
And as I remember it, you had offered to actually do a draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I did recently, because I think we need to have one
Right.
way or the other. But here's what I really think we need to do. We need to go to the TDC and support and ask for some money. Why aren't we asking for money when they got $25 million a year? They got more money than the city. Why aren't we asking them? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. That actually upsets me, because we have made some serious commitments to the Met and different places to build 920 different things. You know what? I would love to be on that committee, but they won't let me on it. The mayor's on it. He needs to advocate for us and get us some money. They can pull out $400,000 and not even know it. They give $400,000 to the Pirates baseball team.
And he's making a point where that would be, and that wouldn't be for us to do. That would be, John, for you to approach the TDC and say, we're doing what you all want to do. The island has already said, stop sending us
more people.
Tourists. We don't have parking. I'm saying, you know that. You've seen the papers. So, but beyond that, I'm going to get back to what we're in charge of, what we can control. So we're trying, the agreement has to be quite plain and simple. It is this. It's like, we'll do this. We'll pay you to do these things. This is the type of stuff. So if you have anything on there, that you want to add to that, but it has to, and then our director looks at the code and says, okay, well, I can say where this is because she and I have had this discussion. I could say in this plan, we've interpreted a few things so generously that we could go ahead and put some figures in there. But, this is the way it's got to come down, is it's itemized events is what the 2019, it was 2019, wasn't it, the Auditor General? It wasn't 2020.
Well, they had made a presentation at that Florida. They actually had a spokesman there that made this presentation to all of us. I don't know if you was there or not. Nobody here was there.
I was Tampa.
Yes.
The Tampa event.
And I was there, and they basically said, it's coming, just, warning you prepared. Like I said, COVID hit, and they forgot about it, so we just lucked out. I think it's coming up again. So I'm saying is we can work this, but I don't want it stopped. I want you to have 400,000 or 500,000, whatever it takes. But I think the bucket of money is over there at the TDC.
So at this point, the spreadsheet you're looking at does not include any funding from the 14th Street CRA master plan, which is 27 years old. So I guess the question is, can there be an amendment to that plan to allow for funding from 14th Street?
Okay. I mean, the plans we've talked about need to be redone. We just got an opinion, DeVoe's attorney opinion. It was in the email. You didn't see it?
Are we talking about the same one?
Yeah, I mean,
must
it
have missed
basically
the first
spilled out,
email.
it spilled out that basically from the 14th Street CRA doesn't have the wiggle room for your type of activities. So they can all be amended. The decision has already been made by the board that they're all going to be amended. And this is the same thing I said before. I don't think it's right to go ahead and just say, you know, since the decision has been made to update all these plans. Well, let's just do this one. Okay, well, let's do this one. Well, now you're gonna go ahead and hodgepodge your way through it. Just do it, redo the plans. That's what needs to be done, all of them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Realize Bradenton has provided the city work product without a contract now for, we're going on almost 10 months. And we've been happy to accept their work product. And I think that I'm going to make a motion that by our next CRA meeting, we have a contract in front of us to pay the CRA for what they have done that we can legally pay them for. That's my motion. I want to see it at the next CRA board meeting.
I'll second it.
He doesn't receive payment, but he has.
And what is that, so, and what is that number, Mary Ann? Because,
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, but I do know that there has been work that has been done, and we keep going round and round the mulberry bush, and I'm getting very frustrated by this.
and as am I, Mr.
As am
Barnard.
I. As am I.
So I think we know we have received work product from Realize Bradenton.
Have we received invoices for said work product? Or, you know, that, because that's really what it boils down to. There has to be an invoice, a specific invoice for a function that was done. This is the new rule, not by me, by the state. So, yeah, I agree. If there has been.
I understand that, but it's time to fish or cut bait. And if our director, I'm so sorry, our director and the director of Realize Bradenton now have a finite date by which something must be brought forward to us. I'm tired of being told pending this, pending that, pending the other thing. I want to put the biscuits and gravy on the table.
But we brought you something today. You have numbers today, so we need a number on what are the So let me clarify, Mrs. Barnaby. Realize Bradenton did not come one time this last year to ask for permission or guidance on any work other than the 3 items that we funded them. So we actually don't have any obligation because we have not asked them to do any work. But I have said that I will go backwards and approve these items because I want to be fair as to the work that they have done. But we have not agreed on anything. Nothing is outstanding out of the work that they have done that we agreed to do for them. So I just want to make sure that your motion, you understand that we don't have specifics. And that's why I came today with specifics on what that work is. So my recommendation is for $175,000 in order for us to continue to be legal using the numbers that Realize Bradenton provided to me in April. These are the numbers that Ms. Isham provided to us, and the only difference is $5,000 from Walk Bradenton and $10,000 from the volunteer program that we're disagreeing. So we're here having all this discussion for $15,000. I have used all the other numbers from Ms. Isham's information from April.
Okay, but I'm looking at the budget proposal that was emailed to me, and it's like pending new quote, pending this, pending that.
Correct. I have not received a lot of these items that I keep requesting. So we need to do a two-way partnership.
I am sorry. I'm giving you, in my motion, a drop dead date where this has to be worked out and brought forward.
So I'd like to make, if I can, a few points. We are not opposed to a change in a written agreement. That's why we drafted one 10 months ago for review. We are not opposed to submitting invoices. We're fine with those changes. The numbers that we're looking at came from a larger document that listed scope and cost broken up between the Bradenton CRA and the 14 CRA. And I would like to point out that in previous years, we have given such a scope document to the CRA director. Now, I agree.
You mean Mr. Callahan?
He
All of
was the
them,
CRA
all of them, since Mike Kennedy.
Okay.
Yeah. But what I'd like to say is, I've forgotten my point. So we've got a document that Katerina and I got these numbers from that listed many activities that we've been continuing on, split between the 14th Street and the Bradenton CRA. So that full document does exist that we got these numbers from. What I'd like to point out on this document are there's 2 months left to the fiscal year. And there's some items here that we will address and complete, but they're new. And it means completing them in 2 months, such as the grant and report writing, the business survey listing, and the video on the CRA. So it's an ambitious agenda with 2 months left to the fiscal year.
Excellent. I mean, so we are in agreement, basically, is that? Because, I think because the number you said, I think maybe the gap is the 14th Street CRA, which we just received a notice from an attorney. It's the attorney that Blaylock told us to use, those, and they want to be a conflict attorney anymore, but they're continuing to be the CRA attorney. They just told us we can't pay on the 14th Street CRA as is. So is that the difference that we're in?
It probably well is the good majority of the difference.
Okay, so we're good. This 170 we're good. Is that right?
Well, I'd like to see, as discussed earlier in the previous presentation, if there can be an amendment to the 14th Street CRA to allow for the funding we're talking about to these line items. That's really what I'm saying.
Okay, and that's going to be taken care of. We have, that's another thing that can be done.
In the next 2 months?
I doubt it. The other thing too is, I just have to say this. I just clarified with the city administrator, whom we hired from running a big city, and it's like I think one of the things is that has been happening in the past, the freedom that you've had in the past is that you can do things and just say, well, we're going to do this. This is for the good of the city and all that. and then we'll just turn a bill in. That's not the way it can work from this point forward. There has to be an agreement over, I'd like to do this, what do you think? Sure, well, let's figure out how we can do it, and then there has to be an agreement. There can't just be freelance, I'm gonna go do some work and then send in a bill.
And I don't think it's been that way, Councilman,
Okay.
in the
well,
past.
I'm just, I just wanna make sure that I've said that, that's
Yeah,
all.
okay, I appreciate that.
All right. So I think we're good, correct?
Mr. Chairman, you have a motion on the floor. Now, if you're telling me that our executive director feels that she can pony up $170,816 within the next 2 weeks and have a signed contract in that time, that's one thing. But I have a motion and a second on the floor. What is the board's intention? What do you want to do?
Comment. I don't think this is something that you're putting out that you're going to do in 2 months. I thought this was
The
proposal.
majority of this work is to go back to October 1st and pay them all these videos, the reels, the little things, the branding. All that is for work starting from October 1st, 2021.
So that you.
There are, I'm sorry?
You got all this stuff?
Well, that's why I'm saying pending. I need a report on those. I have not received a report on any of this.
Okay. So
And
we
I'm
haven't
bringing.
paid for anything we haven't received.
Correct. And these are the activities that I need guidance from you. Are you okay with us paying? Because we've never paid for grants before.
No.
This is something new that I actually proposed because I wanted to be generous and continue the partnership. This was so. And again, these numbers, when you go to the Excel file, and Ms. Isham will have the opportunity to go to the Excel file, these are the numbers she proposed to us, and a lot of it is administrative cost that you've told me that it's more than the 20% of administrative cost that initially we started with. But again, it's a transition year. I've tried to be as generous as I could. And the only difference between the 14th Street CRA, and maybe I'm not clear, and maybe when we meet again, is only $5,000 that we're not paying out of the 14th Street CRA for Walk Bradenton. The initial request for volunteer program was $30,000, so that $249 that Ms. Isham is asking included a $30,000 request for their volunteer program. No. I disagree with that. That's where I need your guidance on what you think are appropriate levels for each of these activities. It's not my decision to make, it's your decision to make. So if you want to fund them $30,000 for their volunteer program, I will plug that number in. If you want 10, I'll plug that in. I need guidance, and if Ms. Isham doesn't agree with those numbers, you tell me what you want me to do with these numbers.
One question. Video CRA plus 4 reels, do we have that?
Ms. Isham created all these reels already. So again,
We have those.
the reels she will produce. She will give them to us, but they have been produced. The video for the CRA has not been produced yet. So that one is in the amount of $6,333.
Okay.
Well, if I'm understanding the motion, Councilwoman Barnaby wants you and Ms. Isham to have met and gotten all these pending questions over here so that you can bring something back to us. Am I correct? Councilwoman Barnaby?
Yes, I just feel like we have wasted a great deal of time recently, and we've got to put this to bed. This has got to be taken care of.
I kind of, I have to say, I think it's embarrassing, honestly. I understand the change. I understand the auditor's comments. Things were done one way, now it's changing, but I don't like us not paying our bills, and if we owe her money, we need to pay it.
And I don't like the accusation that somehow I've been stiffing somebody. That's just bullshit.
Well, is she paid? No.
That she hasn't been fulfilling, she hasn't been following the Florida
Okay,
rules.
but
Do you understand
up
that?
until now, I understand it. I do understand it now.
Okay,
But
so.
but what I'm saying is that it wasn't like that. So this is a change. So somewhere in the middle, you know, obviously we're all getting on the same page now, but, you know, to all of a sudden change the rule from what it's been and then expect everything to be done in that's all I'm saying.
And Jane, I totally agree with you. Nobody wants to put this to bed more than I do. Believe me. I started this a long time ago. I've met with Johnette. I've met with your board member. I know that there was, at one point, we were being threatened by an attorney, and it's like, well, bring an attorney in
That's
to
not true,
tell us
Patrick.
to break the law.
That's not true, Patrick.
Oh,
There's no threats. It's just that I felt the CRA and the city have a lawyer, and it was appropriate for Realize Bradenton to have a lawyer.
Oh, okay.
That's all it was.
Well,
And I wanted to bring that lawyer to a meeting, and Katerina said, we don't need lawyers, we can work it out.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so I wasn't threatened, there was no threat with a lawyer.
And so that's good. So we're fine. So is everybody good?
I
Mr.
feel
Chairman,
like
you have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes.
I have not rescinded my motion.
Okay. Well, I'm just making sure we're okay, Mary Ann, because I want it to pass. I'm working with you. I want this motion to pass.
Me too.
So is everybody comfortable? Because I think I am.
Yes.
I think
I
we have
seconded it.
everything out there.
Okay.
Can you say the motion again?
Marianne, can you
By the
restate?
next council meeting, by the next council meeting, you. and
No, by the
Katerina,
next CRA board meeting.
Yeah, are gonna get together and agree on what can be done legally so we can get you money. And it has to be legal.
And I'll just point out, as I might have said earlier, but I can't remember if I said this, I did get Katerina's email. I did not look at it and read it till just a little while before this meeting, and I believe in that email, if I remember it, you said, did I have any changes? I can't react right before a meeting to make changes to this. So I do have some thoughts about this, so I do think it's appropriate
Okay,
to the motion.
good. Johnette, I want you to be happy. I want to be happy.
And Patrick, I want you to be happy,
Yeah.
Good. There's just gonna be one happy board.
and then we'll have a big event.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you.
Smile, Patrick.
I'm not gonna sing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, Low Bar Corporation land purchase update, which is the green property. Next steps. We have one, is Andrew still here? Yeah, Andrew? Citizen comment?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Andrew Schroeder, 1302 13th Avenue West. I'm going to introduce you to Daniel Nolfi. He serves with me on the board of the Artists Guild of Manatee. I'm going to yield my time to him. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Nice to meet everybody. Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll be brief. So I just wanted to speak on the purchase of the green property. First to say that the Guild and the membership of the Village of the Arts is very excited for the development of the property. And I think that we're aligned on its purpose in reducing slum and blight in the neighborhood. And really at its heart, that's what the Guild and the Village aims to do. So to that end, we executed a survey from the membership of the Village to all current memberships of the Artists Guild. And the results were pretty emphatic over what they would like. So we were split about 55% for parking and 43% for some type of green space, including maybe a community garden or a sculpture garden and some other idiosyncratic ideas in there. So just to say that parking has been a perennial issue in the village, especially on the weekends and larger events, and with the Met being in process of being constructed, that problem's only going to be exacerbated. So we'd like to speak on behalf of that and just make that comment that parking would be a great element. To the point of the community garden or a green space, I think that the village has been incredibly effective in reducing slum and blight when you talk about problems of homelessness and things like that. The fact that we are an active community, we have active businesses and a good amount of foot traffic is actively preventing that type of homelessness and blight in the community. So the location of the green property at the epicenter of the village and right along the main corridor where the businesses and the foot traffic lies would aid us in maintaining a high foot traffic presence and really just beautify the whole neighborhood and, you know, to whatever your constraints are to help us reduce the slum and blight without having, you know, any legal issues. So that's all I wanted to say, and we look forward to cooperating in any way that we can with the development of the property, and thank you very much. Yield my time.
I just have one thing to add. We did send that survey out to all current and past members dating back to 2017. It reached over 200 people, plus the link was public, so it could have been forwarded to other people as well. It was open to the general public, whoever could get to it. So that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, and thank you for that. That's very helpful for us, I think, all of us. And the one thing, as far as the green space, I have been trying to figure out ways of giving you all some kind of community access and green space. The problem is, as you're well aware, you know, if you make a public park, the homeless are entitled to use it any way they want. So the one thing I've been trying to figure out ways of, since it's CRA property, I mean, the parking area, we can designate parking, and if you're not parking a car, you're not supposed to be there. And trying to figure out a way of the green space being so it can be used by the village safely, but not by others. And that's going to be the sticky wicket.
There was a lot of caveats with our respondents. We had several people mention that as well. Hey, I'd love a green space, but I would also love a place where homeless people couldn't congregate. So I understand how difficult that's going to be, and
it had been thrown around. I forget the name of the actual property, but there's a fenced-in community garden near the water tower in the canal. So something like that where it's fenced in, maybe not have active seating or active seating inside of the fencing. We have a really active community there, I think, who would love to see a community garden or something like that and would love to participate and beautify it. And even the potential to maybe some of the other space have a public art project. We have a ton of artists in the community who would probably love to submit sculptures or other artwork that could be, you know, non-seating that might help to prevent, like we were saying, homelessness problems. So.
Great. Cool. Okay. Any questions, anyone?
Great. Thank you, board. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, sir.
You're flooding. Chairman. Soon. Well, at least the funding's there.
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
An update is that we're hoping that this Friday the demolition will begin for the 2 properties that we have purchased, and it will be flattened. So the next step is we've been discussing what's the reason, why did we purchase these properties, what do we want to do with them. So we need to know kind of your vision, so that way for the rest of the fiscal year and planning for next year that we know what type of activities and expenses we potentially will incur. So if you can give us some guidance on that, we would like to hear your opinions.
Anybody?
Well, I like the idea that just the parking, if you can keep it secured in some way to, like you said, because it's gonna, I don't know. It's going to be anyway.
Yeah.
Whether it's parking or not, they'll be in there. You have to keep it mowed, and it's still going to happen.
It's a very big property. I mean, and I think that once the homes are down next week, you'll be able to see it's a large property. It is not a small strip of land. I think, I mean, my thoughts are just what they said is that parking and then also some type of community green space in there. I'm trying to figure out some way of fencing it. One of my thoughts is I feel that the chrysalis launcher is not in the proper spot. It needs painted. I'd like to see that moved, it literally would be moved right down the street and put in there. Maybe having some kind of fenced sculpture yard for the art. And then also, I was actually thinking if maybe they wanted some kind of community garden. Because I think there's enough land in that corner to put a couple of different things and then still utilize the parking. I mean, I've envisioned the parking of being able to come, I thought about this a long time. I mean, I think you can go right down into 12th. 12th runs right down into the middle of the property. You have plenty of room for parking and then possibly an exit going out down on the other street. So in and out, and then leaving the other street would be 9th, 10th or 11th? 11th?
11th.
And basically where the homes are, maybe that could be used as a dual purpose green space area, but it's gonna have to be fenced. I mean, it's gonna have to be somewhere where the residents can use it, but others can't, and I think as long as
It
it's.
can't be chain link.
Yeah, it cannot be chain link.
I'll apply for the grant and chain my fence.
And you need to get with Public Works to light it.
Yes.
Because that'll help a bunch.
I think keeping it grass and just heads and just little pediments.
Yeah.
That way, if there's an event and we want a vendor space there, or who knows what, it doesn't, plus impervious surface just doesn't
Right,
seem.
and the more activity it has with events, and I'm sure they can come up with some, the less likely it is to have permanent,
I think parking's the right thing, and I think that's what was in our mind all along.
And tearing those buildings.
At least as a placeholder. Maybe something fabulous will come along.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree. I think having it set up where it can be used as parking for the village walks is a good idea. But I also think leaving it natural where people are just pulling into grass would be better, because if you want to set it up as a multi-purpose area, that would be the way to go about it. I think having it fenced is crucial. And we also have an opportunity to maybe do something unique with the fencing that reflects the creativity of the Village of the Arts. If you remember driving down by Selby Gardens, the fencing that they had at Selby Gardens looked like, to me, upside down golf clubs, and that's because Sarasota is where golf apparently started in America. And the Selbys, I mean, they were all involved in golfing and that sort of thing. I think it looks like golf clubs. Some people says no, it's supposed to be a flower, a garden kind of thing. But I think we have the opportunity to do something here that could be very functional yet extremely creative, and I think we need to encourage that. So I would put in a good amount of money for the fencing. I think lighting is crucial, and we're going to need to do that. But we might want to look at what can we do where we can use solar where possible. So that would be something that could be of interest. And we had talked about, I agree with the idea that the chrysalis launcher has kind of gotten lost on 9th. Bringing it over to the village somewhere, I think, would be a wonderful idea. But we also talked about the idea of having some sort of community visual bulletin board, of whether it's like a computer situation where you could put things in and people driving by could see Art Walk this Friday, Art Walk this Saturday. Something that they could use to promote the businesses and also the activities that go there. So if you're looking at how much money you need to put in for something, those are my ideas. I concur with what everyone has said before, but I wanted to make sure that we consider the opportunity of having some sort of community bulletin board there.
Can we allow nonprofits to basically sell parking for LECOM? I mean, the Artists Guild or whatever. They could man the parking lot. You know how people stand out there, $10 to park.
Yeah, that would be a legal question, I guess. With the CRA. If you collected money on a CRA property, wouldn't you have to give it back to the CRA?
I think that's kind of.
It's an interesting
They're offering
concept.
security to the cars?
Well, I'm just saying.
Or if they would split it with us.
The sticky wicket. I mean, well, we certainly, I think we're all in agreement on where to go. I would just ask that there's enough money set aside to, now that we've acquired it after all these years, to go ahead and make something happen.
Absolutely.
And it may be that, I'm sorry, I forgot, I'm not sitting at the meeting and I just jumped in, I apologize.
No, go ahead, Marion.
It may be also because we've acquired this property, we may need to put funds aside to make sure that it is kept up as far as getting mowed, getting clipped, getting cleaned, that sort of thing. We keep asking Public Works to do more and more and more of these things, and that department is half of what it used to be, and yet they've taken on more. So it may be incumbent upon us as the CRA to include funding to try to make sure that we're putting our best foot forward on properties that we own.
You know, I agree with you. Maybe that property should have its own contract with a contract mower or something. And I've also thought that it's a nice property because along the edges on the property line, there's mature trees. We probably should have a tree service, some type of tree expert go in there and analyze if any of these any of those need to be trimmed for safety reasons, so that when people park under them, there's a safety issue.
Good idea.
So once again, I think we should set aside some money to be spent immediately. That'd probably be one of the first things that should happen. And then properly posting it too. We'll have to make sure that we've got all the legal disclaimers that we need to protect the entity.
Sounds good.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, moving down, guidance on public art, Riverwalk expansion, Mineral Springs.
Right.
You can zoom out.
Day is,
Friday.
oh, I thought we
And you're
Hey, Counselor, I was sitting with some judges yesterday. I was sitting with some judges yesterday, and they said they don't use gavels anymore.
Maybe up just a little bit bigger. It doesn't matter. They've got one.
Kind of like that, we haven't used them for a long time. How do you get anybody's attention? I guess they just.
And there's usually not a lot of people in there.
All right. Hi, guys.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right. So next Tuesday is our Public Art Advisory Board meeting. So we've come for some guidance today on the art opportunities at the Mineral Springs Park. So in May, we had a board member suggest we have Kimberly Horde come over to talk with us and go over the site plan. And after that, they were there in June. They presented this Riverwalk East opportunities. And when we saw it, there were 3 opportunities there, Space 1, Space 2, and Space 3, as you can see on here. And I just want to give you guys some photos, kind of give you an idea of what this looks like, and get some feedback from you. So first I'm going to just go through a few pictures with you. So Space
Mr.
One is
Chairman,
the,
could this farmer speak a little closer to the microphone? I don't know if it's
I can do that.
softness of her voice or
Can you hear me now?
her upper. Much better, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I didn't have it quite in front of me. All right, so Space One is north. It's by the Manatee River, and it's about a 6 to 8 inch diameter. Space Two is beside the bioswell or the dry creek bed. So in the summer, it's got water flowing through it, but in the winter, it's a dry creek bed. That's where the Space Two is. And then Space Three is the actual mineral springs site. And on that is what's called an interactive Manatee River water table. So I'm going to show you these photos, and then we'll go from there, okay? So,
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is that Space 3, is that the one that's got, does it currently have a chain link fence around it?
it does, and I have,
Okay.
a
I just wanna
photo
make
of
sure I
that.
know where I'm talking about.
Okay, great. All right, so this is, what this one is where there's a rounded concrete space. That's where the 6 to 8 inch water fountain, or not, there's a water fountain right there, but it's where the proposed Space Two is, literally, right there. So, and this is like a big overview of it. You can still see the water fountain, so that's where the proposed site is for that sculpture for Space Two. And then what this is also, no, that was Space One. I'm so sorry, guys. The first two I just gave you were Space One. So that's why I gave you one of these, so you could be seeing where I am. So now we're going to Space Two. And this is an overview photo of what Space Two looks like. If you'll look at your Mineral Springs Park on Space Two, it's got a big circle. It sort of encompasses that area, but I've got a few photos of this too. So that's to the left of that bioswell. I'm going to show you the bioswell. Okay, that's the bioswale. How do you say that? Bioswale. And if you'll notice that that lamp right there, that shadow, every place that there is a light pole, there's also an electrical outlet box. So we have the opportunity to have lighting at a sculpture wherever there's one of those light boxes. So it's in a good spot for any of these spaces, really. And then that's looking, if you were looking at the bioswale, you're turning around, you're looking towards the street. So that's another empty place. So there's about 4 places around Space Two that a sculpture could actually be put. And then Space Three is the Mineral Springs site, and that's what it looks like at the moment. But they're getting ready to put in this Manatee River water table. And so I'm going to give you can see where that is now. You can see that that is Space Three on your picture. Is everybody following me? Mm-hmm. Okay. So this is a sideways view of, this is the actual, what it's going to look like, this water table. The first one was the proposed one. So it's going to be made of concrete, but it's going to be, look like it's wood. But what's so cool about this thing is there's going to be a hand pump, so kids can, pump the water out. And the black line there that's going to look exactly like our Manatee River. So as they pump the water, I'm sorry? Say it again?
It looks like the river from the air.
Right. Yeah, so it's so it's going to be what it looks like all the way out to, where it starts to trickle away. So the water, once you pump it, will go all the way through because it's an indented, piece. So really, we've got the art piece for the third one. So one down, yay. We didn't do anything.
How big is that?
How big? Let's see. I can't read it. It's way too small. But on that one picture of the, you can kind of get an idea. Let me put that back. So that'll give you an idea. The very far back small pipe, that's where the hand pump will be. And it's going to go all the way out to that end, I think. Okay. So that gives you a general idea. It'll be a nice size, I think.
Very cool.
All right, and so right beside them are these great new beautiful palms. So I just wanted to show you those, and those were put in recently. This is such a beautiful park. Okay, so the advisory board, as they were talking, they understand that the master plan's been created. And they also understand that the power can be provided, like I said, anywhere where those electrical conduits, utility boxes are. So what that does is that gives the choices to the artists to be able to have their creative interpretations to see how they can fold these themes into the park. So these themes that we're talking about, these are the original themes. And so what the board did last month was narrow it down to 4 themes. They did the mineral spring, which obviously is already taken care of, then the settlement patterns, and Angola and nature. So this is where we need your guidance. What we'd like to know is, first, what are your thoughts on the placement of the sculptures? So I've given you some ideas of where they're, of where they are exactly. But Katerina and I and Jean Toddy, who is from Public Works, he's the new contract manager for that, we went to look at the space, and we have some other places too that we think might be, a place to look at. But the guidance I guess we need is do we give this to the artists to give them a parameter and then let them choose?
I think it's going to depend on what the piece is as to where it needs to go.
Well, that's what we're saying. But what we want to do, because we're looking at getting ready for our call for artists, so we want to narrow it down first to one spot and start there, get one. So that's either, for lack of a better term, space 1 or space 2 to start with. But from that, we want to give them a parameter of where they want to be. But we feel like the artists probably, if they see that swale, it could even be in the bioswale if they had some kind of idea for that. I mean, it's things that the artists do to make it more what their vision's going to be for it. So that's one thought that we're looking for. So any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, so in 1,
Yeah.
I'm assuming that would be where you probably put the nature one. I'm thinking about
I'm thinking we haven't really gone into that area yet, but we were talking about the Singing River and some ideas over that. And
I'm thinking about like a big.
I'm sorry?
Like a big plant or a flower. I mean, something large. And what I'm, if a sculpture, but what I'm looking at is right there on the bend of it. The tree diameters. Putting it so it's not like under a tree, so it can't be it's safe. It won't be damaged. And there seems to be a natural place.
Which space?
Yeah, he's looking at space
number
1.
Number 1,
down
yeah.
by the water. And I see an open area right on the bend of the walk.
I think it makes
So I do have some more. Do you want to see those next? And then we'll talk about these others. And let me show you these other spaces as well.
Is the Public Art Board not going to give us a recommendation of what they think?
Well, what their recommendation is to let the artists to, figure out what of those big areas they think the best space would be. But we want to get your opinion before we go off and tell them this. And you're like, but we wanted it in that space. So.
I mean, I just kind of feel like, I want what the artists and the art board think we should do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
That's just what I feel.
Okay. Well, this is great because
There's
I
gonna
can
be a
do this
lot
same
that's
presentation to them and see what we come up with.
I mean, I liked your idea of getting maybe, because we have number 3 already kind of done.
Yeah.
I liked going in the area closer to the river just to kind of spread it out rather than have everything clumped at one spot.
Oh. Well,
So I do like,
okay.
that's the only thing I would say.
Okay. The only reason we were thinking about the history part was because, we have a lot of interest in the history part, and so we were wanting to probably get that one going, But it's up to you. It's really up to you. I'm sorry.
And if that's what the public art board does, do it.
And what do you think, Pam?
Let the artist.
Councilwoman, did you say something?
All right, this is our first one, so we want to make sure we're knowing how to work with you and, make this work for us. So, all right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Marianne, Barbie.
Yeah, now we've determined who I am. A couple of thoughts. One of the ideas with the Manatee River being the singing river, perhaps we could encourage one of the artists to do something that would involve water that people could interact with that would make a sound. Now, I don't know if that means setting up setting up some type of apparatus, some type of sculpture that the water could run through and it would generate tones. I don't know. I'm not an artist, but that was one of the thoughts that I had. I also agree with Ms. Coker. I think it's important that we spread these things out to encourage people to go like all the way to the end of the project, so to speak. I would also recommend that we get the police department involved with some sort of septed design so that we worked very carefully to make sure that we've got open sight lines and to put some sort of big sculpture up that might block one of the camera views or block people's visibility when they're coming on the path. I think that could be a concern. I think that the police could help with that to some degree, as far as perhaps giving a seminar with the artist on things that you have to look at when you're doing public art, so that it incorporates public safety as well. And then I seem to remember that when phase 2 was brought forward to the council, one of the and I see this here, I never really cared for the postcard thing, but I understand that. So we are going to incorporate the postcard panels into the park, because I know that there was discussion about that. It was something that was deemed very popular with phase 1, and I know that we talked about considering that with phase 2. So we do have the postcard panels, Ms. Farmer?
I think that's something that the CRA board needs to address.
The postcards were never approved. They were put in as just a visual by the Kimberly Horn, and there was never any approval on those. It was just, as a matter of fact, there's been discussion over them not being approved. So,
Well, I thought that when we discussed the project holistically, we talked about wanting to continue those postcard panels, or what I considered educational panels, because they were very popular.
the only thing that was ever insinuated that it was part of the plan was the children's book illustrations, which I know that they've been discussed several times as though they've been approved, and they were not approved. They've never been voted on. There was no art, there was no, that's the sticky wicket there. There's something was talked about as though it was a done deal, and it actually was not.
Well, okay, then perhaps we need to talk about them.
Okay?
Why are they included in our presentation?
I have no idea why Kimberly Horn put them in there.
Well, I'm talking about I've got something in front of me right now that was delivered to me today, dealing with art projects in phase 2.
I just put that in there for if the conversation came up. So I wanted you to see what they look like. So
Well,
I haven't shown the group those yet. Let me get that up on the screen.
to me, it was a children's book that we participated in, and I don't see any reason why we couldn't include it. They look gorgeous to me.
Just to clarify what that is, that was a presentation prepared by Kimley Horn to the Public Art Advisory Board that took place, 2-3 weeks ago? So
3
just so you
weeks.
know where this is coming from, because some people have never seen this before.
So when it was presented to us, I told them that that was not going to be used because that was the direction I'd been given. And so the mayor was there, and so he said, well, that has been decided on. And so I just said, well, great, I did not know that. And so, he'd mentioned that it would need to be discussed, so it's probably a good time.
Okay, I'm obviously out of the loop.
This was at the June meeting,
You all had a public art committee meeting,
correct?
and this was presented at the meeting.
So what they did, we asked them to come, give us the site plan. We were given the Art Opportunities slideshow, and in it were the postcards. And I interrupted her and said, those are not going to be part of the plan, as I was directed. And the mayor was at the meeting, and he said, that's not true, they've been decided on. So here we are.
Well, I was under the impression, because we talked about them when we were approving the Phase 2 plan, that we were going to continue these educational, to me, they were very artistically done. In Phase 1, they were very artistically done, but they were more educational components. But it was my understanding that they were going to continue into Phase 2. And
No. Phase 1, I remember, so the postcards in Phase 1, Mary Ann, Mrs. Barnaby, so those were put out as a call to artists for the artist actually created what they wanted. And that's what we wound up with. Each artist was given the freedom to go ahead and create something that they thought symbolized Bradenton. And then they were selected. These are illustrations from a children's book.
Right.
Well, there's a difference between, there's actually a definition of art is when an artist creates something, just visually creates something creatively, and an illustration is not considered art. An illustration is just what it is, that you tell the illustrator what you want, they create it, and then they get paid. So
I think that's a real fine line there if you want to talk about, because people have said that Norman Rockwell, who was an illustrator, was not an artist, and I would beg to disagree on that.
And that is the typical, the difference, and people agree with you. Some people would say, you're right, he is a great artist, and some people would say, no, he's an illustrator. And if he did his work for Saturday Evening Post, he was indeed actually an illustrator. That's what he was paid to do, was create an illustration for a magazine. You were the one that recommended we have a public art board, and we went along with that. So
I think everybody wanted to see the public art board reconstituted. I don't think I necessarily was the standard carrier for that. I think everybody on the CRA, as well as the city council, wanted to see the art board or the artist group brought back.
okay, and we did vote for that. I'm just saying it was your lead. That's fine, and we voted on it. We voted unanimously, if I remember correctly. But where I'm at is, I believe that we should let the public art board, decide what the art should be, not us.
Well, I was a strong proponent for the public art board. The only thing I'm going to say is that the postcards are, to me, important because they kind of have that continuity with the beginning of the Riverwalk. And those postcards are just reproductions of the original artwork. And this is I mean, I don't know. If this was decided, I'm just concerned that we've got all these spaces. It takes a long time to put the call to artists, make the decision, get it produced, get it installed. If this is something that, for whatever reason, right or wrong, is already kind of ready to go, I don't understand why we wouldn't use it.
Well, again, I'm remembering a discussion where we talked about continuing to have educational components through phase 2. And we talked about I don't like the term postcard because it trivializes what it is, but it's a postcard, I guess. But if this is going to be in the children's section, it's certainly age appropriate. There's nothing that anybody could have a problem with as far as what the panels are. And we have plenty of opportunities to do original, if you think it's original art versus an illustration. We have plenty of opportunities to do that. Why wouldn't we use, this opportunity to promote the book? And it might get more kids looking at the book and learning more about our community.
Is it, okay, is this park to promote a book, or is it a park?
But
I mean, I'm just...
If you can have synergy between several different opportunities, why wouldn't you want to do that? It's part of branding, I guess.
Can I say something about my park?
Well, Mr. Sanders, understand this. I know it's located in Ward 4, but all of us are helping birth that park.
I knew you were going to attack me. I got it. It's our park. Our park. Our park.
So obviously those postcards came before the Public Art Advisory Board. So, that's why we're, talking to you and finding out what the history was and what you want to do with them.
Well, I know a lot more about that park, probably anybody in this room, just for the matter of fact, so ask me.
Mr. Sanders, that always encourages me to take up your side whenever you tell me I
I'm
don't
not
know
trying to
anything
encourage
about
you.
the community I live in.
Thank you, Miss Barnaby, but I'm not trying to encourage you. I'm trying to tell you what the facts are. And the facts are this. I walked that park with Kimberly Horn, Ron Allen in D.C., Jim McClellan, I can't remember, Carl Callahan, city administrator, and we told them, and they agreed, there was to be no art put in there until it came back to us for final approval, because there was argument over something, I never did see a picture of it, that was wanting $200,000 or something. We had $100,000 appropriated, another 100. I said, where did we come up with that? And that was John Atwood realized Bradenton. I said, no, I don't. This is the first I've heard of it. So both of them agreed. We're not going to get involved in that. We're involved in the construction and the design. We're going to leave that to the art board if we ever have one. And at that time we didn't have one, but then we put one up. So that's where that ended.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, because I might have been in the restroom? Do these already exist? Okay.
There's a friend.
You mean, are you talking about panels that are
Yeah.
ready to be installed?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Unless they're being manufactured and we're not aware. I don't know.
Well, I would like to know that for sure. But, I don't know. This is artboard stuff.
To me, they look like an illustration from a children's book. That I wouldn't call that art. I mean, it's an illustration for a children's book.
but there's some very wonderfully known artists that have done illustrations for children's book. I think you're splitting hairs here, but that's just my opinion.
So the Public Art Board doesn't like these?
They have not made a decision. They don't even really know about it.
Again, I think the Public Art Board should tell us what they want.
And I agree with you, and I don't think we should tell the Public Art Board that they should like these.
I'm not. I'm not.
How big are these? What's the size?
I don't think we even know. I don't even know.
They don't exist.
If they don't exist, then why are we even talking about it?
I have no idea.
It's because it was brought up to the Public Art Advisory Board when they did the presentation. Kimberly Horn said these were part of the program.
Kimberly Horn has stated that they want these and that we voted on them, and it's just false. It's just false. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at a letter from James Penkin of Kimberly Horn, who said that we voted on these on 9/15/21, which we did not have a meeting on 9/15/21. He said that we voted on these also on 6/30/22, which we did not have a meeting on 6/30/22. And then I went through and with the help of our city clerk, I went through and located the only time that we discussed these. And there was, Ms. Coker brought up public art at that time, and you brought up the Public Art Board. And then it was said by James that we will manage through the city, the allowance to work through the city process, to work through the city procurement of that art that fits what would be allowed in there. And it was said later on that there would be, basically nothing would go in there without approval of the city council. And that, it never came back, but it's saying that that's when we voted on it. It's just a misinterpretation of, and that's the other thing is, I just don't like that I've got a contractor whom we all had issues with this contractor in the past, dragging their feet and everything, and now telling us what we did and when we did it, and it's just horribly inaccurate. So we went with the Public Art Board to create art, to figure out what the art should be, and I just think we should let them do it. I don't think we should tell them what we want them to do.
I tried to have Snooty in there, and they said no, so it broke my heart, and I left.
Okay, I think it needs to go back to the Public Art Board and let them decide.
So the guidance, just so we can be clear, the guidance from the board is to let the Public Art Advisory Board and potentially the artist guide how many and where. Is there,
But I think that we need to know, and they need to know, if these have already been produced, then we need to know that.
okay, we can find out.
Yeah.
Snooty's already been produced.
Not in bronze.
We haven't bronzed him.
All right, I think that's all.
In there. Come on, Samantha.
Do I need to do
I'm
anything
fine
else?
with that, but I know that he hasn't been bronzed. He's only
That's true.
been
That's true,
sculpted.
that's expensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. We will do that.
Are you
Appreciate
okay?
it. Yeah,
Great.
I think we did good.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Coker, I just want to understand, did you ask for them to make recommendations to us?
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
I want.
I feel like when you have these advisory boards, I don't want to hamstring them. I feel like these people are donating their time, and I want them to feel like they're vested in it and bring it to us. That's the way I feel.
I agree with you completely on that.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
You ought to be on the Affordable Housing Board.
Okay.
Bought $500,000 last year and $1.5 million this year and got zero.
Okay, so we're down to the last item. So we actually got two items for the mini Rogers. Did we go with Business Flair first, or?
Yes, if we can do the presentation from
Okay.
Business Flair,
All
which
right.
will kind of ease into the rest of it.
We're getting there, gang.
Can we ask for brevity, please? I'm sure you won't mind.
Thank you. I will do what I can, and it flows into something else that I may go ahead and cut off. It really needs to have the full context. Unfortunately, I did not take the chairman up on his offer to go earlier, and I've sat in enough of these meetings that I know better.
Especially because I think the air's off.
We're trying to get it back on.
Oh,
It is off, yeah.
I need to call up the presentation.
It should be off.
In here? Okay.
We're not touchscreen yet.
Right. I don't know if you had an introduction or anything, Katerina?
There's a few items on the Minnie Lee Rogers site that needed to be brought up to your attention. As you know, approximately a month ago or so, there was a discussion about trying to help keep this project moving along, and we heard from the town hall meeting what the community told, gave us feedback on, and it was that they didn't really want a grocery store anymore because of Miller's Market. So at that point, it was discussed on should we help give some additional feedback to the developer in order to, help them in their search since they've been looking for a grocery store. So at that point, we've had a contract with Business Flair, so we asked them to look into the site and kind of look at the business mix and just come up with some recommendations. So here, they're here in front of us today to kind of, summarize what they have found.
And I touched the screen, and I don't know how to get that blue thing off of it. But so we had spoken with Katerina, so we went ahead and looked at the site. We looked at this site, and then simultaneously we're also looking at 9th Avenue West, and you've got a neighborhood kind of between these. And so we'll touch on that once I kind of get through this, because we want to look at our sites in context of their surroundings and not just at the site itself. You're all familiar with the Minnie L. Rogers site. Just a little bit about the neighborhood characteristics, and this is important when we think about what a CRA and what redevelopment is, and you've had a lot of conversation today about Chapter 163 and what redevelopment is and all of that. So if you look at the site in its context, though, you have the Housing Authority property to the south, you have this green open space to the west of it, which is also owned by the Housing Authority. You've got the school to the east. You've essentially got, on three sides of this site, limited redevelopment potential, considering this site as a catalyst site. And so if you think about the spinoff that can occur from redevelopment of any priority redevelopment site, you are a little bit limited in seeing that additional spinoff benefit. You do have the neighborhood to the north. We did go through and look at the sort of walkable neighborhood characteristics, and you see in the lower right there what we're looking at is just sort of the walkable. Even though part of it, we could question how walkable some of it is. We looked at $35,000, $36,000 median income. It is a young population. You've got a mixed service workers, blue collar workers, some white collar workers, but you do have a fair amount of youth in this neighborhood. We looked at employment. You can see the educational levels, not very high, but potential for upskilling, potential for workforce training and some workforce development type activities. We also looked at spending, and this is more the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the census and the economic census numbers on how much they spend in this neighborhood on apparel and personal care. But we went to our other system, which is our foot traffic patterns, and looking at where the residents of this neighborhood are actually shopping. And so as they're coming and going, the main place they're stopping, and you see there is 3 different Walmarts are the main locations that they're shopping. And then in the bottom, we also want to say, okay, well, where are they buying food? And the conversation had been about grocery. Well, they're finding their food in some other places. When we search grocery, it excludes Walmart, even though I'm sure a lot of those Walmart trips are also grocery on coming home. But you see there's a Publix in Winn-Dixie in Palmetto. You've got the Publix over to the west, and you've got Acapulco supermarket, and then you've got this other market coming in that will help satisfy some of that as well. And then we said, well, where is the dining taking place? And you see it's kind of spread out, but you'll see, and you do have, I think, the proposed site plan in your packet as well. And I think when you look at the most popular places that the residents in the neighborhood dine, I think you understand why McDonald's is very interested in the site, along with just the commuter nature of the site and the exposure that it has to a significant vehicle market. So another thing we looked at is we looked at your form-based code. And so you see here, and our designer kind of put a layout and looked, and you have the image that's from your form-based code on what was contemplated for this site and what was envisioned for this site to look like. The site plan that's in your packet has the McDonald's there along the east side of the site, running along first, and then has this about 25,000 square foot, I think, retail building with some office, and then you've got parking for it. One thing that you don't see on here is it anticipates some sort of stormwater feature on the western point. One thing I'd like you to think about as you think about stormwater, and not necessarily that that's where it should go, and not just on this site, but when you think about stormwater, and especially when you're installing stormwater retention, start thinking of it, and we've done this in some other communities, and we see this. Think of those as additional waterfronts. Because when you're creating stormwater, you're creating a waterfront. And so start thinking about it from a placemaking perspective. And that becomes important as we take a step out from this site and look at the greater area. So we said, well, what do we think is another alternative? And you'll see that it doesn't look a lot different than what you see in terms of the buildings. You have the McDonald's over on the eastern side, and you have this building here in the middle. But we're thinking about it in a little different context. When you think about the property, you know, it's going to be there, and it's going to what comes into the rest of the property is going to respond to the market conditions, and you know what the market conditions are. And we can look at the demographics and the spending. You're not on the corner, you're not on the main road, you're not going to attract a credit tenant to the rest of this property. You know, when I think about what's just going to come in here in the market, you know, maybe you get a local entrepreneur that wants to open a restaurant. Maybe you get a Metro PCS location. Maybe you get a dollar store. You're going to get something that's discount related and that is market responsive. Just going from that perspective. And when I get asked about economic development or redevelopment and what the difference is, there's a lot of different differences. But to me, when we're talking about something like this, economic development is what this proposal is. And it is responding to the market condition. It is responding to a need in the market that can be served and satisfying that need. But it's thinking about how we satisfy that market within this site. When you think about what redevelopment is about changing market conditions because the market's not working to attract the investment and the growth that you're looking for. And that's why you have CRAs, and that's why you have CRAs to make the investments and to do the incentives that fill that gap that the market can't fill. But as part of that, when we look at these sites, we can't look at these sites as coming in. We have to look at these sites from the property line out and what they do to foster that redevelopment. And so as we start thinking about that, we then start thinking about what connects people to place. And what connects people to places, the top three things are the aesthetics of the aesthetics, how it looks, how it feels, how people react to the design and the look and feel of a place. It's the social offerings, it's the activities and the opportunities for people to engage with each other, and then it's how open and welcoming a place is. And that's what connects people to community everywhere. It can be rich, it can be poor, it can be rural, it can be urban, it can be beachfront, it can be mountain. It's been found to be that. So we start thinking about, before we've got a building here, but before we start thinking about what the building can be, we start thinking about where the people can be. And so you could still have that stormwater retention pond on the west side, but make it a place, make it that gathering place, make it that waterfront. Your train tracks, and you see 3 examples there on the right-hand side. You know, you've got train tracks down through there. Train tracks can be great public space contributors to areas. So we think of it as that as well as we start looking at this. And then we start thinking about, okay, well, if what would we want to do here? What could we do here if we have to try and fix market conditions and change market conditions? And that's what brings us to a space probably not that dissimilar from what is being proposed, but it's a space for entrepreneurs, it's a space for makers. It obviously would need CRA participation. I don't see it as an incubator. I don't see it as a place where you come in and do an active programming and that sort of thing, but it becomes an affordable space for the neighborhood and people who want to be in this neighborhood to be able to create, to invent, and to express those things that they create through entrepreneurship. And it's these gathering spaces around it that creates that interaction that makes that work. It doesn't just work creating space in a building. It's that interaction between the people that starts creating that innovation and those ideas, gets people deciding. There's something over in Martin County where we do work, a real effort towards micro-entrepreneurship, which was, make your side hustle your main hustle. This starts providing those places where, okay, I don't have room to do this. My wife doesn't want me doing this in the kitchen table anymore, or whatever it may be. So we just ran just some 3D just to show you what they look like. This could be an alternative. One thing we do think, and I haven't really looked at the code on the proposal, it's way overparked. But I see a lot of places that are overparked, and it's not limited to Bradenton. You start looking at how much asphalt might be proposed compared to actual building space, it's a lot. We looked at another alternative, again, with some regular commercial space, some creator space, and in fact, our designer, I didn't have time to put it in here, sent me a 4th one when I was driving up that was what it would look like even as a container village with shipping containers, and using that to activate the site with some activities, which is similar to something that we're working on in Homestead. So then we start thinking about the context, and I'm going to talk a little bit about 9th Avenue West so that you kind of see that context, and it actually relates to the last item you had even, and the Mineral Springs Park. And so you know where the site is, and the site, when you think about where your CRA boundaries are also, the site, and just in general, the site is isolated. As we talked about what's kind of around it on the south side and to the east and west. You have another issue with the site. So, well, before I get there, the context, we looked at where are the closest connections from this site where you can start maybe thinking of how you do something. You've got one at 9th East, you've got one at 9th West, and we come up here to 9th Avenue, and there's reasons that it's in red, and you'll see, as you get to know me, that you'll see a lot of red, yellow, green when I do things. I do it when I do finance plans, I do it when I draw it on maps. And so there at 1st and 9th, we've got a red, and the reason is because that's your barrier, and that's one of the reasons it's not walkable, at least not between 9th Avenue East and 9th Avenue West. And it's an existing condition, it's a condition you'd like to change, but it's not a condition you can wait on to changing before trying to do other things. At some point, hopefully you can. We work in other cities where we try to do that, and even other cities where it's been successful, but we need to approach it as an existing condition for you, both for this site and as well for 9th Avenue West. We have to think of it that way also, because it essentially becomes that gateway. And so we start looking at this context of this site with other things, and we have 9th Avenue West running from 1st to 9th Street. We start thinking about what are the other assets. You have this Riverwalk extension and down to Mineral Springs Park. You have downtown. You have Village of the Arts. Village of the Arts being the one that's right up against the nodes and those connections that come in both towards the Minnie L. Rogers site and 9th Avenue West. And then you have Old Manatee over to the east, also close to the Riverwalk. So as we start thinking about there, and we start thinking about, okay, how can we bring this back down to where we need it to be in a greater context and where some of these other concepts can work, we start looking at the Riverwalk extension and not just make that connection there, but bringing that down to 9th and down to 9th Avenue. I don't know what the path is that it follows. You have at the corner, at the northeast corner of 9th East and 9th, you have a large stormwater retention pond that's on property owned by Tropicana. Obviously, you have to deal with them and stuff. Think of that as a waterfront and connect that waterfront to your Riverwalk and use that to bring that great Riverwalk amenity into this community, into the Central CRA. And as we come down 9th and start getting into the west, we started looking at what does this place look like? Pete and Councilwoman Board Member Coachman had recommended that Pete go to the South Florida College and to the museum over there. So we started looking at some stuff there. And I'm just going to touch a couple of ideas on 9th Avenue West and then bring it back to how it relates to the neighborhood to the south and then to the Minnie L. Rogers site. But just some of the things that he saw there. So a list of the types of businesses and the businesses that have been there, what it looked like, the different things. And so I started looking at this thinking about, okay, as we're working on this district, what do we have? Well, what we had was rooming houses and tailors, a concert in the park, cab stations, liveries, horse stables, a grocery, church, cafe, ice cream parlors and stuff. Well, you're not going to bring back a rooming house. You're not going to bring back a horse stable. Well, maybe you put the police horses there. Did you see yesterday there was an article about a police officer on horseback chasing down and catching a thief in Times Square? Sidetrack. But as I start looking at what these are, you may not attract each of these individually, but what are they? They're places to stay. They're places that feed people's needs. They're places where you come and go. They're places to gather. They're places for the community. So that starts informing what you can do here along 9th. And just conceptually, it can be housing. It's your entrepreneurs. It's your public spaces. You still have churches that are along there for the community. You had one here today. You probably might still could bring in an ice cream parlor, but you've got to create these places for this to happen. So we look at zoning. So we start looking at the infill opportunities here. You've got some good infill opportunities here. To the west, you don't have as many, especially fronting on 9th. But that becomes important because if we go back to this concept of connecting the Riverwalk back down to here, bringing that to 9th, then you drive that down 9th Avenue to the 9th Avenue West District and to that gateway that you start thinking about at first. And so you drive that in, and then we start thinking about how do we make this sort of seamless, both connect to Village of the Arts, connecting 9th up to downtown, look at your infill opportunities, and it's probably a combination of things, not just looking at your regulatory structure, not just looking at incentives from the CRA, and this is important also for the Minnie L. Rogers site. A lot of times what happens in communities is we're going to upzone, we're going to change zoning, we're going to make our regulations more development friendly, or we're going to do incentives, or we're going to go out and we're going to do a branding campaign and go do business attraction. And a lot of times those happen sort of on their own and in their own silo as this great idea. And it's what we call strategic economic design is if you think about the best brands, they do all three and they find the right balance for themselves of all three. And the places do the same thing. If you think about something like Uber, Airbnb, Disney, Las Vegas, Miami Beach, they get the regulatory efficiency right and they match that with market and financial feasibility and their identity and brand. They're finding the right balance of all three of those. So here, to get that infill really working, to help support 9th, you've really got to think about all three of those things. And then when you come to the south and back to Minnie L. Rogers, this neighborhood that needs to support that site, you have to think about it through that lens as well. But from not so much an infill, there will be infill opportunities, but those opportunities also geared towards preservation in that neighborhood. On the north side of 9th, in that piece, it would be more about economic growth. And so it gives you sort of a longer term sort of progression of how you can think about these sites. But again, understanding it becomes important on what your goals are on each of these sites as well, starting with Minnie L. Rogers, because you might end up finding yourself competing to trying to do some things on that site that you might want to do on 9th Avenue West also. And that's part of the reason I wanted to give you some of this larger context. Over Old Manatee, I think that's just such a great place to focus on really sort of the setting the stage, the more traditional things, the infrastructure, the aesthetics, and those things that makes it a great place for entrepreneurs to come in and then help grow that. Where eventually you become this, you have all these great, unique character nodes within this greater whole that is Bradenton. And so just as on us looking at our work plan, it's your conversations and how you decide you want to move forward on the Minnie L. Rogers site. And then us and our next steps on 9th Avenue is some of the initial concepts in design for the corridor and what's the corridor character, and then the conversations both public meeting as well as with some of the stakeholders, probably with some of the churches there, and facilitating some of that through the churches as we've done in some other places, and then coming up with a program to attract investment there. But some of those may be similar things, depending on how you want to move forward on Minnie L. Rogers, that will need to work together with each other to do so. And probably a little longer than, but I think I got it all
There's
out.
a lot of info there.
There's a lot of info.
Very interesting, thank you. It's kind of what I was looking for. I
Okay,
mean,
great.
we were looking for, not
Great.
I.
No, that's good. And I know that, to me, one of the biggest opportunities in the CCRA is 9th.
I agree.
That it's high profile, there's a lot of opportunity to do something.
Totally agree.
Yep, we agree.
It's a start.
Okay.
The livery stable, I'm very excited about.
I too, I am.
And
That will work with our mounted
state.
police.
And I just want to mention we have a team member, and it's more, I guess the conversation that was about 14th Street, but as we do this, we have a team member who specializes in safety perceptions of areas that we're working in redevelopment and revitalization. Because it's not just community policing, there's a number of different things, and it comes down to how comfortable someone is in going to a place. So especially if you think about where people are going to go out to eat or out to dine, it's not just how comfortable somebody is how comfortable the least comfortable person in that party is. It's, men and women look at places very differently. Young people and older people look at places very differently. And so coming in and understanding it from that broader perspective of kind of what's that feeling and what are those comfort levels is an important part of how we do these areas.
I think the big thing with 14th is it's looked the same for so long that people still think it's the same it used to be, because it looks the same.
I think that the streetscaping of that micro-mobility study that we got,
Yeah.
that would make a huge difference.
I agree.
Huge.
And you do have remnants of what you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
That's
they're
always
still
gonna be
there.
around.
That's
So-
economic development.
And we just had that conversation in Lake Park, which is over just north of West Palm Beach. And it's a very similar syndrome that cities have when it comes to their building permitting function too. You fix it and 5 years later, no one believes that you did. You still have that reputation. Same thing can happen with safety. And after doing that, spending a lot of time in Lake Park and good work that the city did on their crime rate and on safety. And it was a community policing discussion. We were doing updating their CRA plan. What we realized as we were talking with them is that they had managed their crime problem. They had managed their crime rate, but they had not managed their brand. And that's what they needed to start thinking about. And so it comes into, again, those things that connect people to place. Are there places to gather and engage with each other? That helps security when people see that sort of activity. It's the aesthetics, and it's more than just SEPTED, which is an important part of it, but it goes beyond that. And it's that open and welcoming sort of feeling. It really comes back to a lot of those different sort of quality of life related things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a lot to digest, and
More conversation to come.
at 6:10, we will take our last item on the agenda here.
And then we also have Miss Clayback from Public Works, since Mr. McClellan is out today, so she's here to also give her perspective from Public Works
Okay.
very quickly too.
All right.
Can we? Yeah. Let's
Hello.
do that.
Am I ready? You ready for me?
Let us clear the blue.
Sure.
You left your mark.
Oh, this mark there.
Cool. Thank you, Karen.
Cameron, could you pass these out to this guy? This is my presentation.
Probably.
It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Show us what you need.
Is this officially the longest CRA meeting ever?
Yeah.
Because I know it's been mine.
The latest.
No.
For us.
No, no, I mean our CRA, yeah.
Are we ready for me or not yet?
Oh, we're ready.
Hello, thank you again for allowing me to speak in front of you today. I have with me today, I have my son Peter, who will help me disseminate some information. You've seen him before. Thank you for allowing him to speak in front of you. And Don Riccio, who's one of our construction partners, who is anxious to get this job under construction. We've really had some encouraging rental activity or interest recently, and I put this this email together. I sent it all to you and added attachments, knowing that at the public hearing sometimes it's difficult to absorb everything, you know. So I put that in an email to you, and I'll go over some of the things today to hit some highlights on what I'm hoping the CRA can vote on in our behalf, tenant-wise, and also as it relates to the first item on the little agenda that I have together, and this is the utility line, the extension of that 8-inch water main on 2nd and 12th. I don't have a picture of it here. I should, but I'm sorry I don't. But the line, actually, I do have a picture of it. You notice right here, this is an extension that was on an old plan of development. And we need this water for fire suppression. We don't need it for the McDonald's because we have a 6-inch line there, and they're not going to include fire suppression in the building. It's a smaller building, and it's not required. There's enough potable water for drinking purposes. We have a 6-inch line on 13th. But the 8-inch line, you need that for water suppression for the larger buildings, which will need to be protected for fire. This item has come up in the past, but yet it's never really been voted on. And as we're working with town staff through the DSR process, with town staff going over, as you know, we're getting ready for our special permit for the McDonald's approval, which we need a special permit for the drive-through. We had hoped to be in front of the zoning commission months ago, but it's difficult. We have not been able to get through the staff, but we think we're going to get on in August. Part of that is form-based code, and one of these items is this water line. We've spoken with the town Public Works about it, but still, they don't know that it's been discussed that the city's going to bring that up to give us water on the site. So I'd like to clarify it so that in case I have the wrong understanding, but that we're going to have that 8-inch water line to our site so that we can have water adequate for development.
Are you saying it's at 12th?
It's at 12th.
So it's literally got to run a little over a block?
It's one block, yeah. It's on the corner of 2nd and 12th.
Okay.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
No,
I will clarify for you. Kim Clayback, Public Works Infrastructure Engineer.
Hi, Kim.
Kim, closer to the microphone.
So Mary Ann can hear you.
Yes, we did. The eight,
Kim.
I'm sorry.
The mic, because Mary Ann can.
Thank you, I'm sorry. The 8-inch line for any development, any extension like that is handled through impact fees. What your engineer will do is design it, and you will build it, and you will get a credit through impact fees for it from Public Works. Just like you'll have to pave the roadway, you'll get some roadway impact fee credits on that. Public Works does not build, as the avenue we have for developers is through an impact fee credit. We will not build that for them and then add that to that's part of your project to get water to the site. And I would also caution that there may be a 6-inch line in 13th. It may or may not be a good line. That running that 8-inch line is going to be beneficial for your water flow as a total. But the avenue for the extension is through impact fee credits and not to have Public Works build anything for you. We don't do that.
as the development process.
So then you want the developer to build it?
That is how we handle it with all development.
And, okay, well, again, that's different than what we've understood. We thought the city was gonna bring that to our site. So let me ask you this, I don't understand the impact fee reimbursement. Can you explain it?
It's not a reimbursement, it is when you have to pay for your building, it's at the building permit process. There is an impact fee that is calculated for fire, for police, for schools, for water, sewer, roads. And at that point, there will be impact fees charged and you're required to pay them. But at that same time, there will be an impact fee credit that is done between the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, and that will be credited back to your project.
So we have to pay it, and then we also have to pay the impact fees. But you're gonna give us a credit for some of the money that we spent.
Well, there's two ledgers here. One is, this is what you have to pay based on your development, and then there's a credit over here that you're given back. So it's an add here and a subtract here, and they marry together, and that's how it's done.
Wash?
It's not necessarily a wash. It depends on the construction estimate from their engineer of record that's designed it and the decisions that the Public Works Director and the Planning Director make.
It's much better for them to do it than for government to do it. It's always more expensive when government has to do something.
I guess building it is not the most important thing, it's paying for it. We're in an opportunity zone, we're trying to keep, rent down, it's a challenge.
It is, but that is how we handle it in all developments, whether it's in a CRA area or anywhere else in the city, that the developer is required to make the connection and you get the credit back.
Is that pretty standard though, throughout?
Yes, it is.
I was gonna say that's kinda everywhere.
So I don't want to rain on your parade
No, I
here.
appreciate it very much.
We would love to have that site developed as well, but that is how you will have to approach that, and that may change your financial approach.
Definitely does.
So, again, thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption. I just wanted you all to be aware.
Thank you.
So if that's the case, we did not budget for that extension. We,
You can ask for an impact fee waiver.
well, I thought we were going to ask for impact fee waiver, but now there's additional costs. So maybe the CRA can help me out and to figure out how to get over this item that impact fees and this water line, adds to this development substantial costs. I was about to go through, in a moment I will, the additional interest that we have from tenant to generation.
Why don't we go through that anyway, and then we kind of.
All right, well, we'll come back to this, but just keep in mind that this added cost is gonna there could be other ways to overcome it. I mean, certainly there's more than one way. I was gonna say to skin a cat, but I just sold a little building to a guy named Jimmy Lee, and he says, there's only one way to skin a cat. But anyways, it's just a little joke. So, subway, right? The second thing I'd like to do is get a tenant approval from the CRA. As you know, we need tenant approval for the tenants that we have interested to try to pursue on the site. And we've got, of course, we have the approved McDonald's, which was really the precipice of getting additional interest. It seemed to work out. Interest has been proceeding. And McDonald's, Subway, although they want a drive-through, we don't propose a drive-through for them. We propose a pickup window and a patio outside in one of the buildings. And what we'd like is to have the CRA, approve our tenant selection of Subway as a potential tenant for the site. If we get this approval, we'll work through the process of of locating them. We've got 2 locations that we've discussed. We've got a letter of intent between us, and we're trying to pursue it to a lease, but I'm not positive, of course, when we're in this spot, that a lease is appropriate, because remember, it costs us thousands of dollars. This particular plan is SK 32, the one that you have on in front of us here. So that's 32 renderings of engineers and traffic and of course, even with the city.
So is the tenant approval just to make sure that there's not something objectionable being approved?
Yes.
I have no, do you just need a motion or something?
Well,
We just have the right of refusal.
Yeah, Subway's great.
but I think we need, in other words, when we got the McDonald's approved, we had the McDonald's months before we got the approval, because we discussed it and we went around about it, but we finally needed a vote because I couldn't proceed until I got, a formal approval. And that's why I'm hoping I've got these next 3 tenants, lined up. I want to get some direction so you can say, yes, we approve the Subway, so that we can proceed with site plan, with lease, and with all the items that we need to do in order to really make a shopping center.
Now, I'm sure Subway has looked at the other Subways around. They're aware.
Yeah,
it's a
this will
Subway.
be a relocation.
A relocation.
They may not, but this is what is discussed. Well, they have a franchisee and they have a corporate store. In other words, in the corporate store and the franchisee are talking about it, and they prefer this site with what we've proposed. And like I say, they've got they want a drive-through, and I know I can't fit a drive-through, and I'm telling them I'll give them a pickup window with a patio, and it is Florida, it's outside all the time. And we can either put it on another plan. I've got a small building over here, or I could put them in here. And this plan, which is new, the city hasn't seen this. This is actually a Family Dollar. We also have a letter of intent from a Family Dollar as well. You may have seen in my earlier correspondence, Dollar Tree bought Family Dollar a few years ago, and so there was discussions whether it would be a Deals or a Dollar Tree or a Family Dollar. But now they have not completed their complete market study, but they've moved forward with sending us a letter of intent and giving us some guidelines. Now, the rent is low, but it is an opportunity zone, and there's only so much spending power in this market. And I think that your consultants have, let everyone see that. But they'd still, love to locate here. And we think we could do a great job with them. And the other big bonus, I think, that came through is, as 10 months ago, and I don't know if we ever really voted to approve the Ideal Foods, but I know everyone was excited about it. We had them in. And I provided everyone with a packet here. I'd like to just put it a part of the record so you don't have to look it up. I'm going to give you one more thing in a minute. I know there's some concern because Ideal Food gave us a letter of intent, but then they backed away, and they had reasons for backing away. Whether I think they're appropriate or not, I can't run their business. But just as Walgreens, was very excited about our site, but said they can't do it now, maybe next year their business models and their business things change. But so I didn't just go with a letter of intent so they could back out, but I have a signed lease from Ideal Foods. I'll make this part of the record as well.
When did you acquire that signed lease, Mr.? When was that lease signed?
Yesterday. It's subject to the CRA approval, of course.
Mr. Chair, if I may. No, and I think maybe that's where you're heading. To me, this is a lot of new information that is presented to us today with no, we just received this today and we haven't, the site plan is new, and it's a good thing. It's progressive.
We're not asking anything about the site plan. It's brand new. The site plan came to me today. I printed it because why? Because we're making progress. Family Dollar has finally come together. Now, it's not a signed lease. We have a lot of work to do. Ideal Food, a few weeks ago, I know I've talked to several of the counselors. I tried to reach out to everyone. I was thrilled that they came back to the table. They're a great retailer. Keep in mind, American's Food Basket has 200 stores. In the little booklet, you've seen their retail stores in Miami and New Jersey and in Massachusetts. They're a terrific tenant. We've wanted food on the site for a long time, and we never stopped working on food. I'm sorry, Pam. I mean, Councilor
I'm sorry,
Coachman.
I don't want to interrupt you. Keep.
Sure, please.
going.
No.
Well,
I'm worried about your concerns, of course.
I am very concerned that you continue working for a grocer for that site, because you presented a very nice presentation about McDonald's being a tenant that was looking almost like a sure thing to the community. And then we left that meeting understanding that grocer don't need it. We've got that squared away. It was clear as, I don't know, whatever, it was clear to me, and I apologize if you walked away from when I said to you, oh, that takes a lot of pressure off of you now. And I guess.
Pam, excuse me, Councilman Coachman, of course, it was great. Let me see, the meeting was great to open the eyes of the committee to see that there were other tenants that would be great on the location. But, the retail business, you can't and get a tenant this week and not the next week. When we were at that meeting where we passed out the cookies, I was entertaining a transaction with Aldi. Now, they are a food store. It just doesn't turn off or on.
It does.
Well, it not in the retail business. It takes weeks and months and engineering and negotiating and corporate and marketing and studies and brokers, and it just doesn't happen like this.
You're right, but 10 months ago, Ideal Foods walked away. So they decided last week.
Yeah, so again, remember, they decided not to proceed, but they never completely walked away. We discussed trying to get them back, what would we need to do, and we reached out to them. And not once, we reached out to them every month, and continued to try and to bring them along. As a matter of fact, the Key Foods reached out to them and said, you can be the operator and we'll supply you. And I made that introduction.
Can I make the only thing, yes, things have changed. And when Ideal Foods walked away and everything looked pretty bleak, I think, and then we heard from the community that they were okay if we didn't do a grocery there. We've committed substantial funds to Miller's Market.
Mm-hmm.
So all those incentives that I hope Ideal Foods, if they want to come, fine, in my opinion, but don't be looking for us to give away the store like we were before.
And I have to say this to that, and I appreciate it very
Mhm.
much. And again, I'm not trying to convince the CRA anything. I'm just explaining market information, because that's all I can do is market, talk to this market, talk to the tenants, and I've got my team, calling, negotiating with Subway, negotiating with these different food retailers, trying to bring them along, because I think it's a great site, and as I always have, and I always said to this committee that we will develop it together. We'll get your approval on our tenants. And I understand now, there's definitely in the lease a request for incentives, as there was before. I don't think what I'm looking for is an approval of the incentives. I think that needs to be handled on a side. If there's none, if there's some, keeping in mind that we are in an opportunity zone. We are in that kind of market. But what I'm after is my tenant okay? And why Miller's Market, I think that's a great opportunity for that store. But that 6,000 square feet, if this was really a food desert, which, by the way, the Opportunity Fund, there are investment tax credits out that thinks it's a food desert, and it's marked as a food desert in the federal, data bank. They believe that, is that 6,000 square feet going to handle all the retail food dollars in this market service area? Well, I'm not sure, but if the tenant thinks it is, right, then what a great, one thing about a grocery store in your shopping center is people visit it every day. Now, I love the Family Dollar, by the way. The credit's way better. And I'm not saying that they're a bad tenant. I think they're a great tenant. But on this site plan, I have them both. I've got the McDonald's, the Family Dollar, and the food store. And, you know, you just think about what a great shopping center. You've got a 40,000 square foot shopping center.
Family Dollar's there?
Yes.
So they don't have a problem with it because they compete a little bit too.
Well, they compete a little bit, but they don't compete so much that they care. Because, you know, they isolate their food product to the local neighborhood. So, you know, when they're in a Asian neighborhood, they move more to the Asian food. When they're in a Hispanic neighborhood, they move more towards, you know, that foodstuffs. And the same would be in this neighborhood. They're very flexible. American Food Basket, they brand themselves that way. That, you know, they bring the market to the neighborhood that, you know, for the market where they shop.
And this is a question to the rest of council. When we had the discussions with the gentleman from Miller's Market, I think, did we not kind of indicate to him that we weren't going to put a market there now? Because he was not going to invest all his time and talent into that. If he was going to.
The audience, I guess he couldn't stay.
Do I remember that?
I don't know if it was exactly that way, but something's happened since then.
He was asking about that. I don't know that we actually gave him an answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Barney.
Thank you. I walked out of the community meeting that we had at Ward AME Church going, okay, the community understands that because of the site constraints, we're not able to give them a Publix or a Fresh Market or Sprouts or even a Walmart neighborhood store. They understood that, and they told us, just go find us other businesses. And they also requested the opportunity to have Black entrepreneurs, as I heard it, but in my mind, I went any entrepreneur that might want a specific size and space there. I walked out of there believing that we had turned the corner and that we were finally going to be able to put all of the issues with the grocery store behind us. At this late date and time, finding that the individual that was supposed to be working with us was still working with grocery stores and got something signed yesterday really chaps my hide. I am not in support of that.
Councilor
Thank you, Mr.
Barnaby,
Chairman.
Councilor Barnaby, I'm sorry.
Councilman Sanders.
I don't know if I'm the only one that knows this. Does this Miller's Market has an issue that might not be resolvable? Is that not true, Katerina?
I called him yesterday in order to try to get an update to be ready for this meeting, and he was going to be here and he was going to explain it a little bit better than I can, but I'll try. So he's still planning on opening up. They just installed the roof this week, and a new cooler is coming either tomorrow or Friday. They're also working on updating some of their other equipment that are there. There is a situation with an easement, a vacation of an easement or something to that effect, but they haven't been able to meet with Public Works due to scheduling issues, but I know Ms. Clayback and him are scheduled to meet to try to resolve that. But I believe, so I don't know if you can
Could
talk
you speak to that for a moment? Could you come?
But it's moving forward according to him.
Well, I'd like to hear from
yeah.
what the issue is.
I know.
On the east side of Miller's Market, between the actual building and the cemetery, there is a strip of asphalt. And that is, used to be a 20-foot right-of-way. And it's now reduced to a 10-foot right-of-way with the 5 feet going to the cemetery. There is still, it's not an easement, it's a right-of-way. And it is the access to the trash pickup for the contractor's mart that's to the north of Miller's Market. And that was decided when the contractor's mart was built. In order for Miller's Market to continue to have trash pickup based on where their dumpster is, the trash trucks will still need to go through that route, go north, and then turn and come around the back of the building to come out. So it's not something that's that has to change the trash pickup at the north end of the site. The one thing that I had spoken with him about and we were going out to look at is that there's a setback requirement he has for the store off the right-of-way line. And if it is possible, I'm not sure what the construction looks like, but if it's possible, he can get a variance from planning that allows the building to be within that setback, and that would eliminate any problems. And I think that might solve the problem for him, but I haven't walked the site with him yet. But that's what we're talking about, is the vacation of the right-of-way between the cemetery and the actual building. But it's something that he would have to then sign over as an access agreement in perpetuity to the dumpster at the back for Contractors Mart. And by doing that, it increases his taxable property that he won't have beneficial use of. He can't ever build on it. And he will now be responsible for maintaining the asphalt there, where right now the city maintains the responsibility for the asphalt because it's right of way. So there's some decisions he needs to make on how he wants to go about doing that. And the variance may or may not work, but it depends on looking at his building plans.
So when would you estimate that you'll look at it and he has to make the decision? You're telling us it's solvable, but he's gonna have to make a decision because there's gonna be some additional cost to him, and perpetuity says, once you do this, it's a done deal, it's no more. And
Well, he has 10 months to decide.
But he can get a variance.
well,
We actually had a meeting scheduled the week of 4th of July, but I've been out sick and just came back this week. So I haven't had a chance to reschedule with him, but I've talked with him twice while I was out.
Thank you.
and he knows all this.
Yes, he does.
And did he say anything?
That's when he wanted to walk the site, what we can work through, and because we can't move the cemetery.
The rest.
Yes.
It sounds overcomable.
It sounds, yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't sound like.
I just knew that, and I thought, well,
Yeah, that's good, Bill.
I didn't,
Good,
not,
No,
you know,
know
I
more than we
didn't,
do.
you know, wanna, yeah, but I didn't know how serious it was, and I wished he'd have come up and said, look, if I have to do that, I'm not doing it, or it don't matter what it is, I'm doing it. I would like to heard that from him today. We went so long, but I think, Henry, you need to reach out to him, or any one of us that wants to reach out to him and says, we've been explaining this. What's the deal? Are you really, it sounds like you're gonna have to give up some property, it's gonna cost you more in taxes, and.
But he's also gonna get a variance, which is gonna allow him to increase, his business. So I think it's a little bit of a trade-off.
Well, he won't be able to build on it.
They're giving him a variance on the setback because he's trying to
Setback, but he
expand.
won't build on it. He can't build on it.
No,
Well, no, if
he wouldn't want to.
it's not, okay, am I understanding correctly? Okay.
Because it is a right-of-way, we can choose to vacate it, except in choosing to vacate it, he would then have to pay the additional taxes on the space and be responsible for the asphalt. To his financial benefit, it would be better for him to have variance and be able to build or leave a structure within that setback off of the right-of-way line. And because right now the building is at the right-of-way line, if he has a variance, then he can leave the building where it is. The building roof overhangs to the right-of-way line. And again, it's to his financial benefit to just file for the variance, and we would be in support of the variance from Public Works. I think that he incurs a lot more financial issues in perpetuity by asking for the vacation.
What about the people behind it that has what happens to them and their?
The contractor mark folks, that was approved back in, I want to say, the 2005, 2008 timeframe.
No, I'm saying what happens to them if he doesn't do this, then they would be blocked from ingress, egress of there.
There would be, if we vacated the property, if we vacated the right-of-way, there would be a permanent ingress, egress easement there that he would own, because it changes from right-of-way to easement, he would now own the property.
Who's he?
He, the owners, whoever owns that property at Miller's Market.
Miller's Market, okay.
Yeah, and he would not be allowed to build anything in there because it is an ingress egress easement. There's no permanent structures that could be put there.
The easiest way for him, and in that way it doesn't upset the person behind it. They still have access.
Without even considering the people at the contractor's mart, leaving it as is and giving him the variance is the, at least from the Public Works perspective, the most financially beneficial solution for him.
Well, you couldn't block off the person behind. Would it ever block off the person behind?
It's access to an enclosed dumpster facility.
Okay.
There's no access to the property. It's through gates that they use a dumpster. They have 2 dumpsters at the back there. So, and then he's constrained by the lift station on the east side, on the west side of the property.
So you're saying they don't have to vacate the right-of-way? We could just do the easement?
We could just do the variance.
Just do the variance?
Mhm.
Well, that makes sense.
And
It's like the simplest way, and I think we need to reach out to him to find out. I'm not, kiboshing one deal or supporting one or the other, but until we know that, I think we should just table it till.
well, that's what I need to just set up the meeting with Rami and go out and walk the site with him.
But as far as you're concerned, your contract's signed, do you have a drop dead date in there that you have to have this?
No, so anyways, I was never informed that I wasn't supposed to work for food stores anymore, or I certainly would have taken the lead and said, okay, because I have looked at other tenants as well. And if this board, right, does not want to approve Ideal Food, we just put it aside. I have Ideal Food because for 2 years I've been trying to get the right food company for here. I thought I had it selected. They ran away for a minute. They're back. I thought everyone would be thrilled, but obviously that's not what I'm hearing. If Miller Market is an important thing for the community and that we don't want to give them competition, I was there when he was worried about competition at the meeting where we gave out the cookies. And I reiterated at that meeting that we never stopped looking at a food store. I happen to know because I was working with all these that same day. And I didn't, push towards a lease except that I was concerned that some of the opinions was a letter of intent was not strong enough. So you can certainly direct me to say, no, let's put Ideal Food off. But we like Family Dollar and we like Subway. And if we can get an approval on those for tenant mixes, then we'll proceed down that line, and then I'll go on to the item of the McDonald's because I want to pass out some stuff because we're on their special permit. So
I'm comfortable with that.
I'd recommend you go with Family Dollar and the Subway.
Yeah.
But don't kill the deal because this thing might fall
Yeah, if that
apart.
blows up.
You never want to. Well, in real estate, you wouldn't say no, and then all of a sudden that person can't get something done, and you're like, now you don't have neither one. I wouldn't say no. I'd say we just find out as soon as we can what the deal is.
I would agree.
We're not saying no to what?
Ideal.
To Ideal?
Because if Miller's blows up, then we're back to.
Well, we gave Ideal 10 months to come back
Oh,
to
no,
us.
no, no, no.
So
But let's just kinda
give
keep 'em
Millers
in
a
our
little
back
time to make a
pocket.
Yeah,
decision.
yeah, with
and
all
I-
respect, we went back to Ideal 10 days after they said no, 30 days, 45 days, at 60 days. We've, been in constant communication with them because we think they're a great tenant and we think they would be great in the market. And they've, been smoothing along, and you're right, Pam, I did mention to them they wanted us to do another development, and they said, well, what about our Bradenton? They said, well, let's do Bradenton first. There it is, right? I mean, you want to grab them when they're saying yes, because when they're saying maybe, you got nothing. When they're saying.
And I hate this analogy, but it'd be no different than me offering a guy so much for a car.
That's
And
right.
I come back a week later, and I said, well, he said, well, if you walk away, the offer's no good. I said, well, I come back, but I want to lower my offer, and he says, okay.
That's right, you want to sell the car.
It's like, wait a minute,
So-
you know what? Because I want the car, and he wants to sell it, so we've come together, and neither one of us got what we really wanted.
So ideal is if there is the appetite for food in this market, they're a great tenant. They're welly financed. Their store is large enough to make it a daily kind of trip for the store that's broad based, and it behind the McDonald's, it would really be, if you just think about it, it becomes a great shopping center. But I understand.
Peter, can I stop?
Please.
Ms. Coachman, Subway and Family Dollar, is that okay with you?
To the board.
Well, we kind of like to hear what you think, because you have a better finger on the pulse.
I'm often near two Subways, one across from the school I work at Monday through Friday, and then the one that's, I guess, thinking about relocating.
I'm not sure where they're going to relocate from. I didn't ask the question, but
Oh, you didn't ask where they were relocating from?
right, I did
Well,
not.
it's straight down First Street, where the other grocery store,
Acapulco
yeah,
Tropical?
in that
Right,
same-
yes, I
in
know
that
where they
same
are.
shopping plaza, and it
Sure.
doesn't seem to be doing well, because I'm there at Wingstop quite a bit. So, I'm kind of little, it's, okay, two fast food restaurant, well, kind of fast, Subway's not very, I don't know. I'm not good in marketing evidently, because I don't understand some of the things. Family Dollar, hey, if you want to go for both of them, I just would hate to see a Subway come and fail.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're going to fail.
I don't think they go.
No way. They
I'm
want to
hoping
pay
that
me more than they should,
I'm hoping.
which is the only good rent payer. I'm telling you, the
Their
Subway.
overhead is kind of
Well,
low anyway.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
so they might do well.
So,
yeah.
if I have 2 points, I just want to bring up, it was discussed at the CCRA advisory board meeting, just Ideal Foods, I didn't know about all these other things, so I updated them, and they were adamant that their recommendation is that we don't give any incentives to national chains. So I just wanted the board to be aware of their preference. As Mr. Rudisell, as the board is deliberating, making a decision now, does that bind us about incentives or not? Like if they make a decision to give the developer the okay to proceed with whichever of these options?
No, if the question is whether the tenant approval is going to bind them to some incentives, the answer is no. That's totally separate decisions by the board.
Well, basically, so where we're at is, we have first right of refusal, and he's asking us if Subway and Family Dollar is okay.
I said yes.
I say yes.
Okay, all right.
Should we
Mary
vote?
Ann?
I'd love to have it on record to vote it.
I would recommend that.
Except Family Dollar.
I'm here.
Okay, so we're gonna,
Well, I just making a motion, you still discuss it.
Go ahead.
I made the motion that we accept Family Dollar and Subway as presented.
I second it.
okay, motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Are you opposed, or are you saying yes?
She's opposed.
Nay.
No, I'm saying I'm opposed.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay. I waited long enough thinking that there would be a break in the action so that you would understand that I was voting
Same
aye
sign.
to an A.
I caught it.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the vote, and we'll pursue those two tenants. Before I finish, I wanted to bring up, well, before I go into the McDonald's, I want to bring up about incentives, right? So I would not request, well, we did request the incentive with the ideal food, but we know that that's off the table for now. And I haven't requested any incentives from any other tenants. But yet, I think we should keep in mind, that we are developing in an opportunity zone, and as your expert, just brought out, that there's minimum spending power in this market. And, additional costs and the rent projections may just end up that even though we want to build these things, we can't because of their rent projections. Now, I'm not asking for anything right now because there's been nothing proposed. But I wanted to just bring it up because, it's an important aspect of developing in this kind of area. The McDonald's. I'd like to have my son, you've got those items to pass out, and I sent these things to you, but I'm sure you're wondering where we are. And so the challenge that we've had with McDonald's really is form-based code. We've discussed form-based code at this level.
Chairman, we can't get into a discussion about the pending applications that you have that are going to be coming before the board. So if that's where this is headed, you need to stop.
Okay.
If we're talking about, the special exception and site plan approval or whatever may be coming in a quasi-judicial meeting, we can't discuss those here.
Okay, very good. Well, I don't know, Counselor, this is public record. Do you want me not to pass the submissions out? Because my understanding is this board wants to know where we're going and what we're doing. Now, I could hold off if you like.
Well, we have to be careful about what we're talking about, because if it's, this board has, under the lease, this board has the authority to approve the overall site plan. That's a contractual thing. But the approvals that will be coming back to the city council in quasi-judicial setting, I think special exception, that'll have a site plan approval attached to it, and it will be in that setting that this board would be looking at things like, does this comply with the comp plan? Does it meet the code requirements and things like that? So if the discussion is about applying the code, I don't think this is the venue to do that.
Okay, so I'll withhold from discussing that matter. And I'm not asking for a site plan approval or even to show the site plan. I'm passing out that information as long as you think it's appropriate. I sent it to you by email anyways. And it's a matter of record. We submitted it to the city. And really, we've made a lot of progress with the city. Even though we were supposed to be in June, we were supposed to be in July, and now we're supposed to be in August. The pushback has mostly been form-based code. And I'm not going to talk about that right now because the counselor asked me not to. But it's a challenge, it's an issue, and maybe we'll just work through every item of it. But I guess I can't speak about it, so I won't. So anyways, we're being progressive with McDonald's. I think they're on board with the site plan that we've last sent to staff, and staff is commenting us as it regarding the code. And if we can't talk about the code, then I don't know what else to say. So that's updated. Thank you for the direction for the tenants, and we'll do the best we can to get through the commissions for our special exception for the drive-through.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just for point of clarification, they're not town staff, they're city staff.
City
We
staff,
use
I'm
that
sorry.
quite a bit, and, yeah, just saying.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
That's okay,
Councilman Coachman.
we've talked about
I'll do the best I
changing
can
of
to keep
vocabulary
that up.
before.
That's right, thank you.
Is that a New England thing?
I'm sorry?
Is that a New England thing?
No, it's towns and cities. I guess it's a matter of size, and I'm in front of a lot of towns, so.
All right.
Is there anything else that I can do, or?
No?
All right, well, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are very hardworking, that's for sure.
Motion to adjourn.
It's 5 minutes to 7. Anyone want to drag this on?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second, third, fourth, fifth.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Who
Opposed?
seconded?
Who seconded my motion to adjourn?
Somebody did.
Build it.
I heard it.
I was gonna joke and say I have 5 more items.